Good morning, guys. Ja, super. Super. What? Corpus Animus says you have to say good morning to the girls too, not just to the guys. Yeah, but then you do not have any idea about the consistency of my viewership. There are not that many girls here. I can already... Do not expect too much here. No girls in here. Aber... Naja, was auch immer. Egal. Yeah, the demographic of my viewership is whatever, 96% or something, or 97%, I don't know, something in this magnitude. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe women are not out for good content. Where the ladies at? Yeah, at the club, I don't know, or in social media or on TikTok. I don't know where they are. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. They are not here. Nee, warum fängt denn der Kaffee so schlecht? Okay, vielleicht mache ich mir einen neuen. Okay. What? So, was ist jetzt hier los? Yesterday's run, beautiful like always. Ja, wir können mal kurz Social Coffee Time, I don't know. Also, ach, wobei vielleicht auch noch kein Social, sonst. Oder vielleicht einfach starten, können wir auch eigentlich. Ja. Getting ready, okay, super. Boah, lass einfach mal starten. Einfach mal starten. Ja, ich finde es sowieso krass, generell einfach so. Generell die Performance Bar und everything. Ja, remove not 100 Gold, Shop. Oder 18 Damage, choose a rare colorless card to obtain. Hand of Greed, insane. Bomb, okay. Bomb is okay, because bomb means we don't need to pick attacks for leads. Number 1 is huge. Second, bomb answers the boss, huge. Third, with corruption you can exhaust the bomb, so it's not in your deck. Apotheosis is also okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Master of Strategy is great. No, Master of Strategy is okay. It's not better than that. Guardian, okay. Guardian, then Bomb. Bomb is phenomenal against Guardian. Muss man einfach mal so sagen. Then I see on the left 3 elites. That's also about it. But I also do see a shop. So it's about late shop or not. And I would take the 100 gold if there's no late shop. This doesn't look like a 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 shop. So what am I saying? There's only one shop. And we have the option to go to the shop. And if we go to the shop, we have 3 enemies. If you do not go to the shop, these question marks are garbage, number 1, which is very bad. Number 2, if you don't go to this shop, we cannot spend our gold in the entire act. What do you think about not being able to spend our gold in the entire act? Yeah, I think that's trash. That should be a no-brainer. That's really bad. I do. Pavarato says the Ironclad. What about the Ironclad? The Ironclad is the super duper MF of like the Slay Spire. It's like this craziest character. We are pushing it to the limit. By the way, the Jawworm is also pushing it to the limit with his 45 HP. It should be needless to say, we discussed this at length. I'm always taking the damage here. I'm not even sure whether I should take 12, but I think we can start with 7. And then, depending on the outcome of the next dudes. Paparado says, I've been liking the Clad lately, but I think I'm just getting lucky. What do you mean, liking and winning? Is that like directly correlated? I hope not, Paparato. No, seriously. Yeah, it's partly correlated probably, but it's not really. I mean, if winning would be an issue, Watcher would be the best character, right? So, hey. So, ja doch, mach ich vorne, ist mein Vater. Ja. Ja, ja. Vielen Dank. So, nein, es ist einfach das. The Ironclad is the sickest freaking character. That's einfach die Story. Ja. Es ist einfach, dass der Ironclad einfach am geilsten ist. Und jeder, der das nicht schnallt, ist einfach nur ein bisschen weich in der Birne. Ja, also muss man einfach sagen, ich will ja nicht zu krass sein, aber also ich meine es ganz im Ernst. Naja, the Ironclad is just a character. If you do not understand the beauty of the Ironclad, you do not understand the Ironclad or the game. Yeah, it's can only say so much. And the thing is, understanding characters comes also with skill. Yeah, so the higher your playing skill is, the more you understand that defect sucks. Straight up, it goes directly correlated. Yeah. And so if you think Defect is a cool character, and you're not a complete meme brain, yeah, then yeah, this and or Sometimes I heard other people saying sometimes, oh, the Ironclad, I never know, yeah, sometimes runs go well, sometimes runs don't go well. Yeah, if you do not understand the character, that's the impression that's generally the case, you know, if you do not understand how a character works. Or generally how, you know, it's just how things are. Hey Gruzy, thanks very much for your sub, man, it's very much appreciated. So, and nee, Silent nowadays ist auch cool. Also, there are some beautiful characters, of course. I mean, but I really believe that the highest skill, like Ironclad, is so, also it's so, Silent as well nowadays. Nowadays the Silent has a lot of versatility. Naja. Okay, so, I guess there's beauty to be found in all characters, besides the defect. Like it's really, like I cannot. It's not. Also, you know what? I tried it. Again because I thought, oh, maybe like whatever, you know. It's like maybe I just don't see the beauty. Played some games, also won them, but it's just not beautiful to win them. It's just like, okay, yeah, you got another. It's just. Ach, egal. You understand, guys. You understand. Cool that you understand. Okay. So, wobaba, wumba, bombamba. Okay. Nein, es ist doch fucking obvious, Mann. Also, das ist halt echt so. Okay, so. Also, Angriff. Attack! Attack! Also, here, by the way, we definitely take the 2, yeah. Yeah, like, this is the Joven fight for you. Take damage, take damage, take damage. That's just how things work. Not take more damage, because we did the attack. Attack! Ja, scheiße, jetzt kriege ich trotzdem. Ja, das weiß man ja halt nicht, da steckt man halt auch nicht drin. Das wusste ich jetzt auch nicht, dass der erstmal nicht bufft und so. Ich nehme schon die 5 für den Bash, 100%ig. Okay, egal. Was ist jetzt hier? Nee, Watcher ist auch cool. Watcher is really cool too. Ja. Also depends. Also again, like I think if you do not do the boss swap, then it's more boring, honestly. But that's just my opinion. So I think Watcher runs go very repetitive if you don't boss swap. Whatever. So, Paparazzo says there can be some good stuff on defect. Yes, but just a very small correction. Like if you go for infinite on defect, or if you do like very specific meme builds, the defect is very versatile. But if you do go for win rate on the defect, you will realize that very often you just need to play the same garbage over and over again. Yeah? Because even if you go into an attack direction, even if the deck tells you go into an attack direction, with the defect, it's probably correct not to go in the attack direction anyways. And probably means, yeah, it's just correct, you know. Even if you get some attack, even relics, you get some relics which should push you into, okay, the beauty of the Ironclad, okay? So you have different pathings, like different ways to build the Ironclad. 10 different ways, okay? And depending on the cards you receive and depending on the relics you receive, this payout will shift back, will fluctuate back and forward, right? And will oscillate. Also throughout the run, better solutions for late game, better solutions for early game, different solutions for early game, mid game, and late game. So the run will oscillate all the time. With the defect, not so much. Even if you receive, let's say you receive Nunchaku, defect plays the same. You receive some other relics, defect plays the same. It's like crazy, you know. And the thing is, you can also not commit into this direction, because if you do, you kind of gamble on receiving more relics of the one sort, and if you don't, you run dice. Yeah. So no. Okay. What's it? Did I stream your Insane Watcher performance? Yeah, I streamed it. You cannot rewatch it. No, it's basically lost. But I was really thinking maybe after the Ironclad, maybe play some more Watcher. Who knows? I mean, Watcher runs are so far like so far in the past already, and I mean those are literally my first games, and I think we got much better. So we could also just play another 50, because I also like, I mean, nowadays I think 50 games are also just not enough. I mean, nowadays I think even the small, like even yeah, everybody should understand that 50 games is also not really a sample size nowadays. So making it 100 could definitely be something I could look forward to. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, maybe not. Really not sure. Yeah. Is what we can try one instance of Ascension 1 to 20 on the Watcher. Yeah, but we did that already. As a fun fact, we did that before we started the Watcher performance, like directly before that. Yeah, but no, I think it's just like, yeah, I think it's also not, yeah, we could do that. Just also to get, I was thinking, but maybe it's also just a pipe dream. For me, it was like, okay, maybe if I do this on the Watcher, just for me, for myself, you know, because I want to know, okay, how different does it feel nowadays, you know? Like, because the first games I played in the Spire were with the Watcher, and nowadays I'm really thinking, okay, what did change? Like, what is the perspective nowadays if you would play the Watcher? How does the perspective change? Stuff like this. Would be fun. Would be fun. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. Could do that. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. What bloodletting seems more valuable? What bloodletting? Yeah, right. We just got a card choice. I did not even discuss about the card choice, right? Yeah, the card choice is complete garbage. Now, bloodletting seems more valuable for Act 1 as a start. If you take the bloodletting, you could also just not take the bloodletting. Maybe bloodletting is okay though, because you usually have too much cards. At the very start of Act 1, it's true. You have too many cards and too little energy. So bloodletting could actually be a thing. That being said, against the knob, it's not true. Against the cubes, it's not true. I mean, against the cube it's true in the first iteration, in the second it's not. But yeah, I could see the bloodletting. Against the knob is like a complete trash, of course. Against the Lagavulin it probably is also slightly beneficial. So I could see the bloodletting. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Is it as chat stall cause the cards are so mediocre? Papa already knows this stuff. Yeah. No, I think it's also a small stall because I was thinking, hey, maybe, I mean, the performance we have is really completely insane. And I was really wondering, I mean, I'm just like playing the games down, you know, and sometimes maybe it's also a nice thing to just, yeah, maybe take a small minutes to think about what we are currently doing or whatever. Because honestly, I'm also really surprised that just to like, because we usually like do one run but we do not discuss it, or also to put things into perspective like with other characters, or I don't know, or what's going on currently. Yeah, I mean, we do it from time to time though, so there's that. What, it also opens the door for blood if you see it early as a first main attack? Yes, and also we pick Pommel Strike and Trance. No, I can see it picking it. Yeah, I can see picking it. It's just, I mean, it's tough, you know. But it also opens shop buys for those cards you just mentioned. There's, for example, a Pommel Strike. Pommel Strike with Abacus I would buy. The problem is we do not have the gold to buy both. Yeah. The Abacus, of course. Yes. That's right. So, what about the Abacus? The Abacus gives us 6 blocks per fight, is that correct? No. In normal enemy fights, it's absolutely not correct. In normal enemy fights, it's doing pretty much nothing. Other 4 we never take. We already have bloodletting in the deck. It's also, no, I don't even like other 4. Okay, we can do remove and Pommel Strike. What is with Pommel Strike Anger? Anger with bloodletting is completely weird. Anger is not even that great against the Guardian. Yeah, we discussed this the other day against the Guardian. I mean, it's still good. It's still okay against the Guardian, honestly. But of course, against Hexaghost, it can be. Honestly, against Slime Boss, it's probably the best. Against Slime Boss, you get so much damage with it, and yeah. And you need the other energy for exhausting the slimes. I don't know. Yeah, Pommel Strike is generally... Also, I would say Pommel Strike is basic. I don't know. I mean, Anger is so sick against Lagavulin too. Anger is really good against Lagavulin too. Yeah, but Pommel Strike should usually be as good as Anger. Maybe better. I don't know. Also, with Guardian as the boss, probably Pommel Strike over Anger. With Bloodletting in the deck, definitely Pommel Strike over Anger. So... The Abacus against the Guardian, of course, good. Yeah, against the Guardian, that's of course good. If you would buy the Pommel Strike, you would remove this strike. Now, how is Abacus generally? The Abacus. Yeah, Anger is just nice for Act 1 elites. Yeah, but Pommel Strike is also super nice as well against Act 1 elites. So where are we at? Ah ja, Pommel Strike. Ja, Pommel Strike ist natürlich super gut, but Abacus? Abacus against Lagavulin is also preventing 6 for sure. How's Abacus against Nob? Yeah, in our case it's certainly preventing 6. Also, we get the 6 in the third turn, in turn 3. And against the Nob we definitely take 1 hit. Also it's already 6 block against Nob. Against cubes is probably more than 6 block. Against cubes is probably 12 block. Against Lagavulin is probably also 12 block. Most likely. Does it make? I mean, 1 turn, 2 turn, 3rd turn we get. 4th turn, 5th turn. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, okay. In hallways is not 6 block. Against Guardians way more than 6 block. Can we just say this is 6 block per fight at the moment? Yeah, we can probably say that. 10 fights, 60 block, 160. Seems like a fair price. Makes infinite dog. Yeah. The problem with the Abacus is, if we buy the Abacus, we can buy nothing else. No potion, no nothing. Honestly, I'm also a big fan of spending gold, so if we buy Pommel Strike and we remove, I could also see us buying Anger or buying a Strength Potion. Strength Potion probably better than Explo. I'm not even sure about infinites. I mean, we do have Bloodletting. With Bloodletting, infinites are less valuable, I guess. I don't even know. I mean, we could also go down in like cards, like making a small deck. I mean, actually that's pretty. What Feel No Pain for cubes? Yeah, Feel No Pain is. Yeah. If we buy Feel No Pain and card remove, we could purchase Pommel Strike 2, yeah? Interesting. 152. And it's only the cubes? Yeah. You want to take Feel No Pain only for the cubes? Interesting. Question mark monster. We already found a potion. So monster gives us more attacks. We already found a potion. This can also very often be a power potion. If it's an attack, we can use it against Nob 2. I don't like the Feel No Pain, especially not if you have 2 monster fights to come. I don't even think it saves us life. It's also bad to carry through Act 2. I see no indication for the Feel No Pain here. Especially not if you get the solution against the cubes anyways. If you get the solution against the cubes anyways. What am I saying? I'm saying even buying a strength potion is probably more solution than Feel No Pain in general. How much do you think Feel No Pain will save us? 20 life against the cubes? 25? Yeah, we will probably lose the same amount of HP against all the other fights. How's early Abacus? I don't think Abacus is that bad. I mean, there are some hallways where we actually will use the Abacus. I mean, the Abacus comes down by turn 3. which basically means another jawbone fight, we would use the abacus. There are some hallways where we can actually use it, but most of the hallways we don't. So I guess it's not very good. Yeah, it's probably. I mean, it's okay. It's not very good. I know. It's not very good. Yeah. But the other cards or the other choices are also not. I mean, okay. The abacus is very potent once your deck is small, and with the Ironclad you get your deck small. Not, also how we play, also not that seldom. Why? Yeah, because we do not pick non-necessary attacks. We do not get cluttered by non-necessary attacks that often. And if we do not get cluttered by non-necessary attacks that often, it's not unlikely to get a small deck. And a small deck can mean that either you draw your entire hand and then you get whatever, Bloodletting, Pommel Strike or whatever, and then your abacus can sometimes create you 18 block per turn suddenly. This is possible. And then suddenly the abacus creates you, I don't know, 50 block in the fights. So, naja, the long story short is I would love to take the abacus if you do not falter against these things. And okay, this is usually neutral. Then we have two fights where we should heal. Why should we heal? No, we shouldn't heal. I mean, yeah, doch, we should heal. A little bit at least. We can pick a potion. Potions would make this much easier. We already have a potion, which can be power, which can be attack. Against the cubes. Also colors can be bomb. Yeah. You use bomb and then fight is like solved. There are also other stuff. Dramatic entrance is good against the cubes and such. Yeah. Just in case we won't get any good attacks. Yeah, that is always sure. I mean, but I assume that we will receive one attack. There's also a question about the abacus, whether the abacus is not preventing us enough life to not falter. If we, I mean, you think we die here? We already found the potion. I have very low estimation if we die here. And even if we can even deviate here, if we really are completely crippled. I would also never buy the anger. I think before I buy the anger, I would always buy Pommel Strike and Strength Potion instead. Remove Strike, Pommel Strike, and Strength Potion. But removing Strike is not even that potent, right? Also in our case currently it's definitely not that potent. Yeah, buying a potion is also completely weird because it's a second potion. I don't know, the more I think about it, the more I talk myself into the abacus. Cool. The alternate would be maybe buy Feel No Pain. Also if you don't want to buy a potion, we would buy Feel No Pain. And buying Feel No Pain, how is it? Yeah, Feel No Pain is trash in all the fights besides the cube fight. So I don't know. Yeah. Now we trigger this. Also max HP is clear. So it was an empty node after all, but we also thought it would be. This is 17 on the back one, but then we are weakened. One of these will deal 6 damage. 12 damage plus 17 is 29. Okay. So we have triple block and then we have abacus. So we should not take damage in this fight and then we heal full. Healing full is pretty cool. I like it. Yeah, I play this way because I want to have a triple block. Ja, Mann, hey, komm. We still heal, so it's whatever, but schon ein bisschen Pech halt, ne? Also nee, we still go, that's like, we still, oh my god. Okay, we still go here, Dingsbums, we still go nearly full HP, so I do not regret anything here. Smoke Bomb, ja, scheiße. Wow. Ja, hier ist ihr Pommel Strike. Hier, guck mal, Jungs, guckt mal. Okay, na gut. Yeah, with the abacus we can actually delay this. We can like triple block. Yeah. With the abacus we can probably delay this. Yeah, no, really. Okay. We can block 5. Oh, actually we should have Pommel Strike. Yeah, Pommel Strike is better. Why? Yeah, because Pommel Strike, this is 6 damage next turn. And it's 24? Oh, we can actually deal 24 with Bloodletting. Actually, we should block. Because you see, with Bloodletting, if we draw the quad strike and Bloodletting, we Bloodletting quad strike this guy. Okay, we cannot do this on this Laos. We can, however, 26, is this 27, right? 27. And we could deal... And we could get this into bash into triple strike, but then we cannot defend. So, and this is exactly the threshold, 26. Yeah, okay. So maybe it's better to play Pommel Strike. If we play Pommel Strike, we probably prevent... we prevent 6 in the future, basically. Oh, but we only prevent 6. Okay, we can block 5 now, or we can block 6 if this dies. But in order to make this die, we would also need to play attack. How is it? It's not very good, because if you draw Bloodletting and quad strike, we would like to play Bloodletting, quad strike. Yeah. You see that, right? We play the fights clean. We play them very clean. We don't get rewarded. I mean, was heißt, we don't get rewarded. But it's ultra clean. Ja, die Smoke Bomb, genau, die Smoke Bomb. Super clean. Do you see that? Do you see the insanity of this? If you don't see the insanity of this, I cannot help you. Nein, es ist einfach fucking insane, Mann. Das ist einfach richtig fucking insane. 40 pound, 30 pound, 20 pound. I'm usually not celebrating myself, but I mean, I'm celebrating the play, you know? I don't think that, yeah, honestly, I mean, that such a play comes naturally, also the calculations. I mean, that's not about, yeah, no, es ist einfach so, ja, es ist einfach halt, what I'm saying is you feel the improvement. I don't think that this, I mean, this is like, it comes now natural, and I think like whatever, without like the struggle and without the analysis and without always trying to make the better play, those things never occur to you. It's the same like green slime, gray slime, and obviously you should attack the gray slime first. But people don't do that because, you know, right? And here same thing, right? I mean, obvious pattern play is so sad. Yeah, it's like how you say. Yeah, I mean that's not the game. You know, the game is not executing pattern plays. Like if you always pattern play, it's just like sadness. Then you can put a roboter instead of you. But if you have like, this is the beauty, you know, that under certain circumstances, certain things are suddenly very good, and to spot those and then to adjust accordingly, beautiful. Okay. Yeah, we get here some good stuff, by the way. Yeah. Whether I used the smoke bomb before. I always use smoke bomb before dying. Also about the time and the time we spend. I feel it also very interesting, you know, that, I mean, there's also always this talk, yeah, you can always like spend like 20 hours in a run and then you play perfect on the bullshit, which is also not true. We disproved that many times. We disproved that already with like taking very fast runs or relatively fast runs and not reducing our win rate. We already or not much at least. We prove, I mean, this sample, like the first half of this sample is basically faster games, yeah. The second is, because we always play a run through, we could never play 20-hour runs. Because exhaustion is a factor. We just die if you take too many hours in a run. Dying, I mean in real life. If I take 30, 40 hours in a run, I'm just falling asleep. And if you count falling asleep as like losing the run, then you just reduce your win rate a lot by taking a lot of hours. And last but not least, and that's occurred to me, no, it's about the freaking stupid haters which are talking out of their ass, you know? Like, it's always like, oh, if you just, it doesn't make sense about the time limit, right? That win rate doesn't matter because, also, if you think win rate doesn't matter, it means you probably you were probably American. But, yeah, but generally, like in like real talk, yeah? I mean, there's this talk about win rate doesn't matter because you could just increase your win rate into the heavens and above by just taking more time. And this is just so stupid, the argument, because nowadays I feel we optimize the fights in Act 1. So we don't even gain any win rate by taking more time because we are already so good that we can play perfect fights without taking too much time, or even if you take a little bit, you know, like it's perfect fights. Like we want here. It's nobody can reach higher win rates by taking more time because we already are so good that we can basically solve the fight. Yeah, it's crazy, you know. It's but yeah, I mean, I don't even need to explain that many people do it. Yeah, it's okay, you know. I'm just like sometimes I don't know. I should just like be relaxed and just ignore this nonsense. But it, like whenever I read, you know, sometimes people are they are writing essays about that win rate doesn't matter. And whenever I read some bullshit like this, I'm really thinking, oh my god, it's just, you know, this moment of embarrassment where you think, if you have any intelligence whatsoever, like, it's so sad, you know. It doesn't matter now, my personal things, you know. Okay, whatever. So it just triggers me every time, and I know it shouldn't, but it just triggers me every time anyways. Okay, a little bit, not as much, like it triggers me less and less, because the more I'm also in this game, and the higher our win rates also go, you know, the more apparent it also becomes, you know. It's like, at this point, I'm really at the point where I think, okay, like if people really believe that win rate does not matter, let's just, you know, just let them believe that. It's okay with me nowadays, you know. Like if people are really that clever and think win rate doesn't matter, like I don't have words for that, you know. Cannot change it then. Okay, so what Pro Sheriff says you should be confident enough in what you're doing to not be triggered, coach. Honestly, I know, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I think it's a deficit to get triggered by random nonsense. Yeah, it's like the bird is shitting on a red point. Yeah, I hate is gonna hate basically. And also, it's just, I think for me, it's more about the misinformation. Whenever somebody claims something which is obviously not true, and he tricks stupid people by doing that, right? I mean, there are people who cannot reflect themselves and they just believe whatever they hear. And for me, it doesn't even trigger if people who cannot understand it just talk out of their ass, right? Like if somebody who's stupid tells me win streaks are more important than win rate, I'm like, yeah, okay. But if somebody who I know should know it better is claiming something, right? Then I'm not cutting the slack of, well, he's just too stupid to understand. I'm just like, okay, no, he understands and he tries to manipulate people. And that's the point where I am like usually getting triggered. But again, I'm working on it, guys. So to get more relaxed in all those aspects. Okay. I'm really happy that we found another potion. Keep in mind our potion drop is now ridiculously low. Potion drop rate now at 20%. So it's basically we are running around with a Sozu. Not that it matters, because these potions are very, very nice safety net to exactly utilize the potions in the best way possible. Meaning explosive is probably solving cubes, and meaning colorless is probably solving the other elite type. Abacus will help to not take that much damage. We have Inflame against Lagavulin. That should be pretty insane, especially in combination with Bloodletting Pommel Strike Bash. Inflame also sick against the Guardian. And also sick against the Nob. Yeah, I shouldn't say more. I think the Anger is worse than the Inflame on the long run. So, and Anger is also not an option with having Bloodletting already. What? Schadenfreude coach said what? I remember when Merlin said something about what? Lifecoach repeat at it made him very sad. I don't understand. What do you mean? Merlin, what? What? And by the way, Livius, thanks so much for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Abacus cannot come from an elite. Also not from the Neo. Abacus is a pure shop relic. Needs to come from the shop. Yeah, we bought the Abacus because there was no other good relic in the shop. And the Abacus has a little bit of value in the early game, but not much, but has potential. Has good potential for potential infinites, but also for small decks. Yeah, also for small decks. So, there's that. Nine, also towards this topic. I mean, it's also, it's always boils down to the very same thing. I'm just like not empathic enough or empathetic. It's empathetic enough, I don't know, but what I'm saying is I usually cut a lot of slack. I usually believe that because I do understand certain things, other people also understand certain things. So for me, this entire win rate thing is so freakingly obvious, and you can also see it like from other players, right? Like I don't know, like who is like here the best silent player? Wie heißt er nochmal? Ich habe den Namen vergessen. Forgot the name. But there's Xegna. Thanks. Yeah. So Xegna is somebody who is feeling the same love of the game as I do. Yeah. Like very intense calculations, trying to min-max the fights. He also didn't start like this, right? He also played like 2-hour runs, but at some point, you understand. If you play the game with a lot of love, you understand. In order to get better, you need to think. You need to find better ways. You need to find better, better solutions, better pathings. You need to analyze, but it's just how you play the game if you want to get better. Yeah, you cannot spam the game because spamming the game doesn't make you better. Yeah, that's like a misbelief. Spamming the game does make you very quickly become a mediocre good player. And then once you are a mediocre good player, if you spam the game further, you do not get anywhere. Yeah, and you see that. Yeah, I mean, there are some examples to that. I don't know. Jobs would be one example. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trashing. Let's not talk about him. I'm just saying he would be one very classic example, right? Where you become good or very good there, but you never become like excellent. There's no excellence here in anywhere. Yeah, you can make your own picture. Let's not talk about this. So, but so it's about finding the beauty and really trying to get the best out of this game. And Xegna is doing that, but he's not measuring win streak. He's measuring win rate. And everybody who is thinking about the topic will measure win rate because that's the metric, you know? It's like measuring in... It's also the only metric. There is no discussion about that. Like, you have nothing at hand. You only have win rate at hand. Like, that's the measurement which is available there. It's like, if I want to know how your size, like how high your height, right? Like how big you are. I also measure that in meters. I don't measure that in seconds. Yeah, it's not like that's a measurement. Like you're 180, I measure you. You're 1 meter 80 centimeters. You're not 1 hour and 20 minutes. You know. And if somebody comes and says, "Hey, but I measure it in hours because this is much better," you're like, "What?" Yeah, it's like, I mean, to give you a perspective. Also, jetzt, I also want to cut this with a win streak because I know some people think, okay, win streaks are great or whatever, so I don't want to trash talk that, right? But I mean, it's not relevant, but I don't want to, like, if somebody has a big win streak, whatever, that's also very nice, right? I mean, if Merle has a win streak of 38, it basically means he's 38 too. So that's an amazing score. So no trash talk about that, right? I'm just saying win streak in general, and that they increase and increase, is a freaking obvious thing. It's like the bird shitting on a red point. Yeah, okay. Let's say the bird has an accuracy of 1% shitting on a freaking red point. And once in a while, somebody comes to me and tells me, hey, the freaking bird hit the red point again, shitting on the red point. And I'm saying, yeah, that's very interesting, man. I mean, the thing is, I have probably a 3% accuracy of hitting and shitting on the red point. So every 33 times I take a shit, I actually hit the red point. But what are you saying? Oh, you're taking much more shits. So you're taking a shit 1,000 times a day. Oh, so you're hitting the red point 10 times a day. Well, that's a freaking amazing. Yeah? I mean, es ist so fucking dumm. Es ist so fucking dumm. Nee, es ist so unreal dumm. Ja? Aber okay, passt, läuft. Ja? I'm just saying, you know, like, your measurement of status Spire, no, whether you want it or whether you don't want it, it's win rate. Yeah? And of course you can say win rate for fast runs if you really believe that you should do that. Yeah? But win rate is the measurement. That's about it. So that's the only thing you have in the Spire. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, and then of course there are some people who try to bend this because they're not very good at win rate, and then they're like, ooh, okay, like I'm talking out of something. But yeah, what, angry or inflamed? We are inflamed here. We are definitely inflamed here. Yeah, what, who counts with sample size? Yeah, of course, win rate with sample size. That's why you're usually going for 100, and don't ignore past sample size. Ja, klar. Ja, das ist halt, so läuft's. That's how things are. Yes. That is how things are. So there's 3 leads. Ui, okay. This is the perfect hand. This is a perfect hand. No, really. Seriously, this is crazy. Das ist ja crazy good. Das ist ja richtig gut. Ja. Das ist ja richtig fucking good. Now, I mean, I guess in the Spire, the thing is also, it's about quality of community, right? So, again, no, that was the point I wanted to make. Yeah, again, like, I always imply that, like, people are understanding that stuff because it's so obvious to me. Yeah, but I think I imply too much, honestly. Yeah, I try to explain it over and over again so people do understand, but it's also difficult. And then, I mean, it's also difficult to explain it to people who think that, for example, a quarter pound is bigger than a third pound, you know? Like, at that point, you know, like, if people do not even understand that, like, that you know, like, that the quarter pound is heavy, is not heavier than a third pound, and people believe that, you know, like, what can you explain there? How fraction works, for example, right? Like, if people do not understand fractions even, like, how do I explain them that win rate is a measurement? I cannot, you know. It's just like, maybe I'm just implying too much. Okay, so I think at this point of time, I'm rather at measuring quality of community. Yeah, that I'm really saying, okay, who do I want to understand? Who do I want to? For one example, I haven't banned anybody here in this chat for since I came back from Thailand, not even a timeout. And yeah, that's, I think very often I'm also getting crushed by the anonymity of the non-measurement of people in the internet, right? That you do not see whom you interact with. Like, if I would probably see the people, I would have a different opinion than if it's like numbers, you know what I'm saying? Like that. Yeah, you get what I'm saying, right? I don't. Yeah. No, I'm not even talking about IQ, but I'm just saying, I mean, it's just a question whom I'm talking with, right? And sometimes some people maybe I would not even try to, because maybe they just don't want to, for example, right? Or they are so fanatic in believing or wanting to believe something that I would not even try to try to educate them, honestly, yeah, because they just don't want it, and then that's also okay. I mean, that's fine as well. So I don't care, right? Everybody can believe what they want, like as long as they do not harm others. I think that may be also the last, like, where I'm always like looping back a little bit, because I always feel if like misinformation like this is being spread, it's also diminishing, or it's trying to diminish our accomplishments and stuff like that. But I guess that's also whatever, really. Yeah, that's also, I mean, that's just how things are then. So with this hand, I'm currently seeing 14, 8 plus forward. Applies to the everyday too. No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what I'm simply saying is, like, people who want to, it's like this anyways. Like, people who want to get better at the game, who want to learn, they are mostly in this channel anyways. Yeah, because nobody who doesn't want to learn can bear to be in this channel. Yeah, it's just like people who just want to continue to believe what they want to believe, they are not here. Yeah, it's just how things are. So by talking about that, I also do not address any new group or something. It's just like here everybody knows anyways already. Okay, so bloodletting, double block, no colors, right? Explode for here. Yeah, explode is very predestined here. Could be colorless for Lagavulin, but Lagavulin we already have Inflame, Bloodletting, Pommel Strike. Could be colorless for the Knob though. 14, 25, 15. Pommel Strike is beautifully killing the back. So I see, yeah, I mean, this is just the line here, right? And exactly the line. This bloodletting was so beautiful. Explode, I think it's obvious that he is. Boom! Yeah. And now there's Pommel Strike. Yeah, it's halt ein bisschen tricky jetzt. Inflame, Strike kills as well. There is a world where we play Inflame, Strike. Pommel Strike, defend. And not playing Inflame. Inflame stays as a curse in the deck and you with the 2 strength. I don't know. Here we have a clean hand to be played. Double strike the block. I wouldn't mind to draw a hand like this. Double strike block and 1 blank, and we can spend the energy on strike and block. Looks nice at first glance. We didn't even take attack damage from the first attack, so we are very good in this fight currently. Oh, 6 block already next turn, right? Yeah, perfect. Right? Then we play block, attack, is all perfect, oder? Anything else is complacent. Also, taking 1 curse in the deck, not taking the 2 strengths for blocking 5 now, looks extremely weird to me. Also with this, we can actually do this, you know. Because we played it this way, we had the option to not draw a card. And drawing a card is horrible here, because we have a perfect draw. Even if you draw the defend, it doesn't matter. The double strike is very important, because it's obvious that we play block and attack here. Yeah, bring this to 16, bring it into double strike range. So even if we 16 would, I mean, the defend is of course an unlucky draw, by the way, yeah, but that's clear. So okay, we have 2 options here. We can put double attack on the front. If we do double attack on the front, any 2 attacks kill. We have 17 cards. We draw 5. It's like 30% of the deck. 30% of the deck on 5 is like an average 1.5 attacks. That must be wrong, right? No, it is true. For whatever reason. Okay. Yeah, it's true. So what is the downside? Now the downside is if you do not draw 2 attacks, I mean, if you draw 2 attacks, we probably also have a low chance to draw a block, right? So that would be that. But if we do not draw 2 attacks, but let's say we draw a lot of dazes or blocks or whatever, we also with the likelihood to kill this sentry. Now this sentry we could now put to 18. But if you don't draw any attacks, we would still kill it. It could be that it's better to attack the back one twice. But I don't know. That would be a hell of a calculation. Is it that we draw 1.5 attacks? Schon, oder? Morning, Peter. What's up, man? Okay, so here's the deal. If we would kill this guy anyways with the draw, let's say we would kill this guy next turn. I'm not even sure we just take 10 damage from this, right? But if we attack this, we do not take the 10 damage from this. Yeah, that must be correct here. Because even if we would draw, yeah, look at this. So now we can cleanly do this because Pommel Strike now kills. Yeah, okay. Also Pommel Strike and also Bash, right? So it's just better to do this. Bad draw, by the way. In Flameline is much better, yeah, but yeah. Also Pommel Strike kills, Bash kills as well. Now here's the draw and there are double block and strike. Do we want to draw? Yeah, there are different ways to play this. Also we can also strike, we could also strike, yeah. So, but that's less damage. It's just about proceeding the draw or not. But the draw doesn't change, so we can just proceed the draw. And then the question is, do we take 21? Or do we want to strip? Stripping is costing 1, it's about threshold. So if we deal... So if we only deal 10, like 22, do we miss some threshold on 22? I don't think so. So I think we can cleanly play this. Hey, come. Hey, our draw is really bad. Holy crap, is our draw bad. Our draw is really bad. But the first draw was very good. But yeah. This is not nice, yeah. I mean, all in all, considered is fine. Whetstone is very break even bad. Oh. Okay, man. This is weird. Holy crap, is that weird. Yeah, it's not the barricade, by the way, for those who are wondering. Yeah, because we already have Inflame, and Inflame is strength, and strength bites with barricade. Barricade and strength build do bite each other's. Barricade is for block, but strength is not required in the barricade build, which basically means that if you play barricade, this will become a curse. This will also become bad. And the only thing which would speak for barricade is bloodletting, but that's about it. Barricade is good against Lagavulin, though against Guardian it also plays. What level dismisses and then he sees only attack is taken a strike. Yeah, nee, klar. Yeah, we have, but the thing is we also have Inflame, and Inflame does not have the perfect strike. Yes, we currently are running around with 6 strikes, I see that. So 2 energy, 20 damage. 22 after Inflame. But 2 energy is also 16 damage here, you know. So, yeah. Yeah, you are saying Bloodletting. Bloodletting perfect strike is halt auch, ja klar. It's interesting, but do we need it? I guess the question is, do we need it? We just whiffed 20% potion drop, but that's clear. We did assume that we will not find a potion. Yeah, that was very likely. So what was with the attack? Also with the relic we found? Yeah, upgrade on strikes is basically whiff. Upgrade on pommel strike is normal. Upgrade on bash is normal. Also good, of course in our case. We want to have the upgrades on these, but usually it's normal upgrades. Now, Perfect Strike is a card which wants the upgrade, which basically means if we would add it, we would also receive more value out of the Whetstone. Not saying we should take it, I'm just pointing out that that would be the case. I think the long story short is we should take the Perfect Strike if we do think that we need to take it. And what was with the barricade now? The barricade. Yeah, the barricade is good against Lagavulin. Against the Nob, not so much, and hallway 5 sucks big time. We cannot even stack out the block. Is it a late game win condition? Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Not the biggest fan of that. What about Nob coming up? Yeah, the thing is that Perfect Strike just sucks incredibly. Let's compare this with the Carnage, please. I mean, Carnage is the same, just way better. It exhausts into the late game. In the late game, it still deals the damage, where if you begin to remove the strikes, this is dealing less and less and less damage. So again, I'm willing to take it, if you think we need it. And only then. And I don't think we need it. I mean, against Lagavulin we have Inflame, which is like a potion use, which should see myself the fight. We can combine it with Bloodletting Pommel Strike, which is a little bit. We also now get the Stone, which gives us 2 upgraded attacks, which is a little bit. And then Abacus is also a little bit. So that should be fine. And against Nob? Against Nob, Inflame does play. Yeah. We didn't pick any blow. Also, yeah, this is a skill for turn 1. But otherwise, we picked basically attack and attack. Yeah. So, and we didn't remove any strikes. So I feel against Nob we have enough damage. We can even take 1 big hit for 6 discount. And we can use the colorless potion. I would be willing to use the colorless potion against Nob. So, yeah. I don't know. Unless you tell me that Perfect Strike saves us, like in Act 1. I'm really not sure about that. But yeah. If you pick Barricade, nah, I don't think that we pick Barricade. Whetstone ain't hitting a strike. Streamer luck is in play. Yeah, klar. Sure. You will always get some exhaust. Yeah, but if you exhaust strikes, Perfect Strike also goes down in value. That's the thing. So, I think, okay, this will be an advanced enemy. How are we against advanced enemies? Yeah, by turn 3, we gain a bonus. So not so completely horribly bad. Bloodletting can support a hand with Pommel Strike or Bash for solves. We might take some damage, by the way. We might take, in very bad hallway fights, we might take 20. And then heal back 6, yeah. And we have still 30% for... Yeah, we take Perfect Strike just for the next few floors, exactly. Was just not sure whether we have enough damage with Lagavulin even with Inflame. Ha! We could also take the relic first and then decide on the pick. Yeah, but it's probably stupid, but yeah. No, I mean with the upgraded attacks, I think it shouldn't be a problem. I cannot see it being a problem. That was easy. Okay. What is that for a hand though? Yeah, triple block attack, huh? There's nothing. There's nothing else. We could use the colors, we want the colors against the Nob. Yeah. At least he doesn't attack big. Ja, oh mein Gott, wie kann man denn so schlecht ziehen hier? Also, hier, das gibt... Ey, Abakurs. Boom, calculation. Tuck. This is my calculation. Tuck. I'm calculating so fast that I create block. I'm calculating so fast. Yeah. Okay, we took 4 damage turn 1, then 3 damage is 7, plus Bloodletting 10 damage. Currently we are 10 damage in. Ja, 9 und dann 13 killed never, also so Block, oder? Ja, komm hier. Ja, and then we can even think about another block. This is currently 6 damage or 2 block. Weakness runs out. I have to say, I don't know. I mean, this is 10 block, okay. But the Abacus probably just helps to not... Also, we can probably just block the 2. Because this is not lethal. And we have Abacus running for us. Hey! Man, stop this! Hey. Yeah, Abacus again and then fight the soul. Hey, really unbelievable, die Abacus. Hey, ja. Ja, also der Abacus, also crazy, oder? Also gut, hier wir have Pommel Strike Trip, also hier wir, also ja. Ja, unreal, oder? Der Abacus hier. Boom! Abacus. Put it down again, die Abacus. Ja, Bash Pommel Strike Souls, ne? Ich kann einfach blocken. Ja, unreal how much the Abacus did here. That's really crazy. No potion, 30% potion drop whiffed. But that's okay. I mean, we knew kind of that this might happen. There's blood for real, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, probably not good enough, no? Probably not good enough. Also, Abacus goes worse the more cards we pick. So it was better to not pick the Perforated Strike because the more cards we pick, the less good the Abacus becomes. Where's the next fire? Yeah, we have exactly 1 fire. Did I already tell you that the Blood for Blood not upgraded is complete crap? Yes, that's true. But Blood for Blood is so good in long fights, it's a clear pick. There is a 4 in the top left corner, man. Like, I don't know whether you see the 4. I do see the 4. Do you see the 4? Yeah, there's a 4 in the top left corner. 9! If you don't upgrade the Blood for Blood, it's really bad. Like, you cannot carry... Like... unfathomably bad. Really. 9. Never. Yeah, Blood is good if you could upgrade it. Otherwise not. What you're looking at the headbutt? What does it look upgraded? You get more damage and you receive 1 energy. This is crazy. The upgrade is, yeah, unfathomably good, of course. Yeah. No. We have an Iron Wave here and we have an headbutt. And Iron Wave is also possibly picked, possible to be picked in certain circumstances because Iron Wave combines a block with damage. Not so good against Guardian though. Not so great against Guardian because you cannot block in the spike turns with it. That being said, honestly, Iron Wave also synergizes with Inflame. Don't need to explain that, right? So what we are currently having is a Bash 3 vulnerable, okay? 3 vulnerable every 3 turns? No. Currently we draw every 2.4. Actually we draw every 2.2. So we have a small Bash overlay, but then again we also need to draw a small vulnerable overlay, but then again we need to draw the Bash before we actually do start with the vulnerable overlay. Because we also already doubled down on the vulnerable and we already picked strength, we probably will stay in the strength direction, most likely. What am I saying? I'm saying if we take a look at this as being utility, I'm currently trying to evaluate this, yeah. And if we take a look at this being a little bit more utility, then we are looking at the card which deals, yeah, let's make this 18 damage. If we say this is, I don't know, like let's say 12 damage, then this is 6 worse than this, but obviously it's 6 better than this. It's also 6 better than this, it's 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 infinitely better than this. It's probably at in our current state. I'm not sure. Pommel Strike Bloodletting is already there. And it's infinitely better than these. So, and then there is what? Headbutt, but Headbutt also wears up in a small deck. The smaller the deck, the worse Headbutt is. It's also better against Slime Boss, worse against Guardian because you cannot set up. Probably the worst against Guardian. So we have Iron Wave or nothing. And we should decide on the Iron Wave. Currently our potion drop is 40%. We should decide on the and 40% means if we do not find 50%. So it's not unlikely to have a potion until here. We can take 2 hits from the knob. Is that true? Yeah. Because the second hit we have Abacus. We didn't pick too many blocks, so that's also true. And we have Inflame with heavy attack power against Knob. Permanent vulnerable once we draw it, and also Pommel Strike to double down. Colorless to use it. Against Lagavulin, Inflame setup into Bash, Pommel Strike, and then we can Bloodletting to rotate into attacks. We also have Abacus, so against Lagavulin we are fine. We never die. We go here. We still never die. We go here. Life might be of importance here already. That's fact. We might have a potion, we might not have a potion. We go here, we probably don't have a problem. But we might. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the Iron Wave will probably be not good in the late game. But we could pick it up anyways. If we do believe that life does matter at the very moment. Because it will save us life in the fights to come. And that's basically a guarantee. Because it's so infinitely much better than all these. I am currently thinking about taking it. How did you end up with the Bloodletting? It's interesting. Yeah, the Bloodletting is very break even at the beginning because you have too many cards but you have too little energy. We picked it as a first pick to open also other stuff like Blood for Blood. It's a very close decision though. But in this case we can even circulate later. Like Bloodletting, Pommel Strike is also some circulation. Yeah, about the Iron Wave. But Iron will receive an upgrade. Currently we have Inflame for upgrades 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stat points. Then if we do not find the fourth energy, we would upgrade Bloodletting later. No, the current upgrade would be Inflame. The current upgrade would be Inflame. I think we can take Iron Wave and then leave it, let it be our last attack. Pommel Strike is utility into late game, so it never falls off. So you pick the attack early game, but you never get punished for it late game. And Iron Wave is a hybrid block, which basically means you also only receive half of the punishment for taking this attack into late game. So I think it's fair. Yeah. No, I also think, yeah, I also like the Iron Wave to smooth this act out. I like it a lot. Yeah, there are also third elites, 2 advanced hallways. I believe this will make us happy for sure. We also should not put too much emphasis on the Abacus at the same time. Okay, here we could use the colorless or not. The thing is, I think that the colorless might be much better against Knob and cubes. If we believe that this is not a problem. And only then. So we can open turn 3. And in the first attack turn we have Abacus. That's pretty cool. We might even get some Bloodletting attack, but probably... Yeah, we might even get a very big things. Lagavulin with Inflame shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. With Bloodletting. Bloodletting is also huge. I mean huge. Yeah. Bloodletting with Bash and Pommel Strike is certainly huge. Abacus is helping for sure. At least 6, maybe 12. Inflame is also good. Bash upgrade is also good. Yeah, I think it's okay. We even have Iron Wave, right? It should be okay. Yeah. 6 block, then we use 2 energy for block. So we take 4, 7. We take some again. 40% potion drop means if you do not use a potion here, and if you find a potion, okay, it's bad if you find a potion here, then this is 30%, and in order to make this bad, we would need to find potion, and only then it's bad, right? It's also 114, which is whatever, I guess. So this is 12, then these are dealing 12 or what? Yeah, it should be okay. There are some turns where we can just wreak havoc so heavily. It's maybe also about the next draw. Maybe we can take a look at the next draw first. And if this is the draw, it's okay or what? We can inflame bash. I mean, it could have been better. I was thinking, you know, if this would have been the draw, like let's say we draw inflame instead of bloodletting here, then we could open next turn, you know. But yeah, the bets don't really hit everything, yeah. We would have liked bloodletting next turn, yeah, sure. But beggars cannot be choosers. I'm happy enough that we can open with a bash into Abacus. That's pretty cool. So, inflame bash. Abacus! Okay. I mean, not much to see here, right? Block and damage. So beautiful. So this can be 12 or we can block 4. 12 damage or block 4. Okay, we get the second Abacus goes into nowhere. The Abacus. Why do I think that we will take a lot of damage next turn? Maybe that's because we will take a lot of damage next turn. So what is the most likely? We can block here for 4, you mean? And then this goes to 1. Because you're saying, let's say we draw the bash, right? That's whatever, yeah? 12, 18, 18 plus 12. So that would be 30, if we do that. If you would draw these, it would be better to block then, by the way. So 30 would be 70. And then we have 36. And then we probably kill. Most likely. But if we draw bash and strike and not the others, and if you draw bloodletting, what happens then? Yeah, then we just bloodletting and wreak havoc, right? I mean, for example, pommel strike is always bloodletting, and then we just pommel strike, bloodletting, plum, right? Yeah, it's true. I also think that we can block this. And pommel strike. No, wait, what? So we can either block, attack if it is solved. So block means we block 5, of course, yeah. And then we deal 2 times 8, which is also 24, is 76. This is our next draw. We deal 12 plus 12, 24 is not good, right? 76 and this is 24. Also it sucks. Yeah. I don't think that's good. So what I'm saying is we definitely want to pommel strike this. Yeah, we want to start with pommel for sure. And now we so much energy, nice. Yeah, that the bash is there. I don't know. Also 1 attack, 2 attack. Okay. Yeah, if we bottom deck bloodletting, we would have needed to bash. That's true. So 46, and we said this is 12. 12, and yeah, we draw another attack. So it's pretty certain that this is 12 and this is 12. It's 24. If you deal 24, the Lagavulin goes to 22, but vulnerable. 22 means he just dies. Oh. No matter what we draw, or what? But yeah, the 5 block needs to be worth it. I mean, even if you draw triple block, we would still take only 11. Yeah, and if you draw bloodletting, it's good anyways. So like this. So bash, attack. Yeah, like this. No, perfect. What? Gold, okay. Dreamcatcher. Before Guardian, possible. Oh, but then no upgrade. Potion? Was ist denn das? Hey, okay. Oh, was? And we just saw a rare card, right? We just saw Barricade. Oh my god. You want to click it? You want to click what? The corruption? I'm cursing the Iron Wave a little bit now, but I think it was still correct, because if you are lacking energy, so if you are lacking life anyways. I also want to click it. Corruption for the Abacus? Yeah, absolutely. No, it's absolutely. We also already have Pommel Strike Plus. That's the thing, right? No, sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's minus this. We have 8 cards. 8 cards means Aftershock 7. 7 Aftershock. We go Pommel Strike. Second shop 6. Infinite. Also, not infinite, but, you know, 18 block. Also, we exhaust the deck down, bam, 18 block per turn from this. Which is like ultra, hyper, mega, omega. Yeah. We can even question mark farm in Act 2 before we go into this Abacus loop, because we have Golden Idol, so question marks skyrocket in value like crazy. The Dreamcatcher says that Reaper is much worse. As long as we are energy stuff, Reaper is also much worse. And we even have Iron Wave. It's not even that regrettable, because with this we can also block even after all skills are exhausted. But then again, after all skills are exhausted, we want to block with Abacus, but yeah, whatever. No, I can see that. You would be willing to skip? Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, we still block in even if it's not infinite, that's the thing. Against Guardian, even against Guardian, also first of all against Guardian we have Abacus anyways, but even against Guardian, we could play Corruption at some point. Yeah, so even against that, it's not like the end of the world. I could even see Dreamcatching before Guardian again. It depends on our life total, but yeah, but 20 HP and the card. The card is the compensation basically. So, and the card is also, if it's a good skill, we can actually pick it because we also have Corruption in the deck. So the card might be worth 70 gold, which comes very close to an upgrade then. And we don't want to upgrade Corruption anyways because there are stuff like Snecko. So. Cool. I mean, so I guess. I guess with having 2 potions is better. Iron Wave. 5 block. We could use a plated here. A lot of Corruptions run late. Ja, was heißt, ja klar, ne, machen wir schon. Aber mal gucken halt. Ja. Also, honestly, with our block density, I'm seriously considering the Essence of Steel. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Essence of Steel is usually 10 life at best. Yeah. Plated with next draw seems nice. Yeah, I mean, it's probably 8 or can be kill. If you don't attack, 43 can be kill. Sometimes. But it would need to be exactly, you know, some combinations. Could even kill next turn sometimes. Yeah, sometimes, but it's not very likely. Yeah, or we say we sit him out, but I think sitting him out is weird. I mean, this just... I mean, it looks nice, you know? I don't know. Also, what are the options? This guy either attacks for 9. If he attacks for 9, the plated also plays the second time. Okay, but it doesn't really... Like, if he block now, and let's say he plays vulnerable next turn, right? Let's say he plays vulnerable, then we would what? Block, bash, or block, attack, attack. And then we would just kill him the turn after. With, like, bloodletting, bash, kill, or whatever. Okay, let's ask different. How good is it plated in the other fights? I'm not even... Also against Nob it doesn't play. We want to go to the elite fight because it's a very late elite fight. With us having potions ready, probably no risk of ruin. Yeah. There's a clear use for the boss, unclear here. Clear use for the boss. 10 life against the boss or what? And if he throws a net, it doesn't matter. If he throws a net, we can either deal the damage. Ah yeah. If he throws the net and we draw Pommel Strike, we even get Abacus block the turn after. Yeah. So we can probably block and then see or what. What am I afraid about? I don't know. Most of the times this is just 4 block, right? It's just not good enough. Okay, he throws the net. He throws the net. And we block 5 next turn. Unfortunately, we couldn't draw the Pommel Strike. Not that the 6 damage would have mattered. So... yeah. Okay, so currently we do take 4 damage in the next turn. 4 to 9. So in average 6 damage or whatever. But there's nothing we can do about it, right? And that if you deal the damage, the net still is there, so whatever. So bloodletting is a thing. No, it's a corruption, and let's say we take the 9, then he will take like a big attack. But the big attack is 21 minus 6 because we can block already. So what am I saying? Oh, by the way, the chat is never like lacking since I changed the internet. It's really nice. Oh man, hey, this is so... we have so many options. We can either play corruption, we can play corruption bloodletting double strike, or we can double strike. What is better and why? Double strike is better because it deals 12 damage without losing the life. Can we say losing the life to play corruption is worth it or not? Next turn we can play the block anyways, next turn the corruption doesn't matter. And the turn after, can we kill or not? Oh, also by the way, we can play in flame defend, but it doesn't matter. We can not play attacks anyways. And then the question is, if you have the corruption online, do we benefit from being able to exhaust the defense while also playing attacks at the same time? Or is it not worth it? Is it better to deal 12 damage? 12 damage bring it to 31, and we probably have it in Flame Online. 31 in Flame Online can be killed. Not really. Only if you draw Bloodletting. Ah, Flavor ist ey Mann. Okay, I get the coffee, I chill. Do we have a colorless? Nah, I don't think so. I think we can maybe consider colorless if we really are faced with 21. And then, let's say we would have a kill and colorless would give us block or attack. But otherwise not. Also not otherwise. So, let's just put it really at face value. So, we can either remove a card from the draw. Or we can deal 12 damage. 12 damage has to be better than a card in the draw. Now the only thing which Corruption delivers us is that if you redraw, also if you draw blocks basically, yeah, that we can exhaust those while dealing damage simultaneously. I'm just wondering how important that is, because I also don't think that we would have a problem to, for example, play double defend one attack in order to kill this dude the turn after, right? So I think before I play Corruption, I probably want to play Double Strike. Now, there is something to, if you play Corruption, we have one option. And the option would be to actually spend 3 HP to remove this card as well. But honestly, I do not even know that whether Bloodletting is negative in the draw or not. I mean, somebody said like we can remove those from the draw, but I don't mind Bloodletting in the draw. Like, yeah, it gives us 4 energy, also it's okay, I guess, yeah. Like, if you draw Bloodletting, it's okay. And this brings us to another important point. The discount of the Corruption is less important if you actually do have Bloodletting. So, if you would bring this to 31, I mean, most likely is that we get, like, you know, that we draw something like this. And the 31 cannot be inflicted, because it's exactly bad, right? 12 plus 18, so that's exactly bad, unless we also draw Bloodletting. So I'm really having a hard time wrapping my mind around, yeah, around those facts, basically. This is super tough, halt. I really don't see it. Naja, Corruption, wieso? Also, if you just Corruption, you lose 12 damage. You basically take away the chance to kill him. I think Corruption is not good. Cannot see the Corruption whatsoever. Yeah. This could go very bad very fast. Oh, really? Don't know about that. At this point, by the way, I wished we would have used the plated, but I mean, who can see into the future, right? But if we would have used the plated, this guy would have been at 37. Next time we would have a clean block on 37. And we have Inflame online. And it would be at 25. And then we have a clean bash pommel strike. Basically having used this. Yeah. But yeah. What? It's not a clear line to kill after you get rid of Corruption, bloodletting from the draw. What? Get rid of bloodletting and Corruption from the draw. But what do you achieve with getting rid of bloodletting and Corruption from the draw? Especially if you cannot kill. Like, where's the benefit? It basically means you cannot kill. Ever. It's even negative. Because if you get rid of these two, you basically assure that you cannot kill. We could actually also bloodletting into Corruption and attack. That's also an interesting line. Huh. What would that do? Yeah, it would basically get Corruption out of the shuffle for 3 life. So we pay 3 life for that Corruption is out of the shuffle. I mean, we also decrease the chance to draw block. I don't know. I mean, this guy usually attacks for 14, right? And 40 means we can block triple defend, and then we have a block. If he goes 9 and vulnerable, yeah, he basically still attacks for 15 per turn. And Abacus also helps to mitigate. And how bad is Corruption in the redraw? Not bad enough to not deal the 12. Okay, the most likely how it will work, what will happen is probably strike now. Then we get attacked. We hopefully play these, but maybe we don't. Then the turn after we gain block. Probably we spend 2 or 3 energy blocking. Playing 1 energy with the rest. Yeah. That's how things are. Yeah. Oh, this blocks 8. There is some world where, I mean, given that the pommel strike comes next turn, it's pretty sick because now we actually have a chance to kill with the bloodletting and such. So, yeah, we can use this for 4 block, but we have a chance to kill next turn, which means, yeah, it's probably an average 6 block or something. Can probably not do that. Oh, there's also a chance that he throws the net, right? If he throws the net, yeah. Same thing applies if he throws the net. Ja, super bad halt, ne? Also jetzt können wir... Also, now we can play double block. Block 5, also I don't use a potion for 5. Yeah. And we have guaranteed kill. So. The abacus strike again, by the way. The net is gone from behind him. Yeah. That's the slaver for you. No potion drop, okay. Intimidate is crap. There's also the knob. Garbage. Yep. Even the entrench, yeah. Yeah, with our block density. It's really bad. Probably. Yeah, cannot. Yeah, too expensive after corruption. After corruption is entrench not. Has 0 energy, 5 block, sometimes 10, but if it's 10 it overblocks, right? Yeah, okay. What Shizo Dedo says, hey, did you see the why Lifecoach left Hearthstone video? Yeah, I watched that. You thought it was well done? Yeah, it was well done. Okay. So where are we? Yeah, remove, upgrade. Do we have an upgrade? Not really, right? We don't even want to play corruption every time. Once we have corruption, and removing strikes is of utmost importance. In our case, because we already have so many attacks, removing a strike is even more important. Given that we have Abacus and Performance Strike, removing strike is even more important. And we don't want another attack. So... what is it ever removes strike to go to the shop to remove another strike? Yeah. Yeah. We could... also we remove a strike here, that's clear. Remove a card from your deck. Strike. I love it if garbage cards leave my deck. So, no, the question is simply like, do we have Wrist of Ruin or not? And if we don't have Wrist of Ruin, of course we go to the Elite. The thing is just that we cannot really know what the colorless potion is. And let's just assume the colorless potion is see my crap, okay? So if this is cubes. So this is at the beginning not doing anything, this doesn't do anything, this doesn't, also this we will see, this doesn't do anything, this doesn't do anything. So we go into the cube fight. We have 17 HP, this is 10, right? So this is 27 HP. A cube fight you can easily lose like 35. But the colorless potion, there will something. There's probably something in this. So, I mean, it's never complete nothing. So that already would probably mean we do not take all the damage. Corruption is not good against the cubes. Block density is low. Bloodletting can help under certain circumstances. Depends on the circumstances. Inflame depends on the circumstances. Pommel Strike will help. Ironclad will help a little bit. This doesn't help. So it will be tough. Even the cube fight might be tough. Interestingly. Yeah. Then there is Advanced Hallway. I mean, after the cube fight, let's assume it was really tough. We go to 3, we go to 9, and then this could kill us under certain circumstances. Very unlikely. What I'm simply saying is, even if we leave the cube fight with, for example, 3 HP, it's still not good. What would be safe? I mean, this is not, right? Only if we find potion, we can use the potion, but let's say we don't find the potion 50% of the cases. Then the first turn of the advanced monster fight, we don't have good block. Which basically means there is a also we could take 20 damage here. Or let's say 15 for sure. Which basically means even if you leave this monster fight with 10 HP, the cube fight I mean, with 10 HP, we could still die here. And maybe if you think it very like forward, we might even die here. Theoretically. Not very likely. If this is knob, turn 3 we have block 6, block 10. Also, second turn we can just block with Essence of Steel. Partly. Can we take a big hit or not? Small hit is 8, 24 is 32. This is 7, so we are at 24, 30, but not at 32. But we could play 1 block, not enough. We can play skills, not enough. We can play colors, hope that it is damage. If it's not damage, it's really weird. If our first draw is weird, if Inflame is on the bottom, if Bastion is on the bottom, we cannot kill by turn 3 and we get killed or what? Interesting. Also usually there have to be a lot of reasons in order not to go to an elite. Yeah, a lot of reasons. The shopping node is probably worth around 100. Because the remove is potent and we have enough gold to buy shopping relic or any common relic, we have a good chance. Yeah, Iron Wave could potentially let us survive, but the problem is, even if we survive, even if we would go to 7 and then we have Risk of Ruin. And this is of course no Risk of Ruin, because question marks we don't need to take, and this can never deplete this life and the potions. Yeah, so this is like the safe path. This is the more valuable path, because this again is 100 gold equivalent, maybe 120 if you say the remove is more important, and the elite is, yeah, klar, 70, 200, 350. Yeah, so like this of course is like 250 gold better if you do survive. So if you do survive, this is infinitely better. I'm just wondering how likely it is to survive. Let's just assume some draw. We draw 3 strikes in turn 1 and double defend or whatever. Okay. So now we played triple strike. Okay. 50-50 that this and this is not in the first draw. So I just assume this is not in the first draw. So attack, 18. Okay. Next turn. And we open the colorless potion, and the colorless potion is Swift Strike. Okay. We open it because if the bomb, we need to open it turn 1. Okay. And if there are some shuffles, 3 attacks and such. So 18 damage turn 1, second turn. We draw, I don't know, Pommel Strike, and we play this into Inflame, whatever. 10, this. 18 again, but Inflame online, 36. 36, Switch Strike, 43. And now we have 12 plus 10. 43 plus 22. 65. Which would mean we are like 23 short. What I'm saying is that we can kill the knob by turn 3 is rather not likely. Even if you have Bash immediately. I mean, Bash immediate would, for example, like that would be a good result, Bash immediately, yeah. Because that's the best, of course, yeah. Bash Strike, then we are at 19. Swift Strike, 29. Triple Strike. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, right? I mean, then we would maybe get there. It's like, not even super clear. That's really tough. Really tough. What the life is also, yeah, that's you're saying the 15 life we do not. I mean, the problem is we do not lose 15 life in the elite. Or what do you mean? You mean the potions? Yeah, of course. Yeah, we can probably assume that we burn both potions, and both potions are worth probably around 100. Yeah, and then this is not 350 but 250. It's still 150 better than this, if you do not lose life. But there is a good likelihood that you don't lose life. Okay, we now set against the knob, we end the fight with 8 HP. So we also lose 10 life there. Then it's a little bit closer. And against the cubes, roughly the same. But generally, if you survive these 3, we just rest, and then the life suddenly is not very relevant. Yeah. No, we block 6, 10, 13. We block 13, probably 18 with the Iron Wave. So we could do that. What, we are less likely to get rare card choices from Elite after seeing rare cards already or not? Absolutely. We are quite unlikely to see a rare card, yeah. So the card choice is probably rather at 70 gold. 30 gold from the Elite is 100. We want to not be forced into a shop next act, so spending gold is better than if you would be forced into a shop. We want to farm question marks, yeah. So 140. Yeah, it's still 350 aroundish. Elites are really good because they give you relics. I mean, given that we have Risk of Ruin, I really think this, because Abacus seems to be a nice late game solution. A semi-late game solution. Golden Idol also seems to be more value later. Because we don't have any... we actually have this scan already. Yeah, okay. Potion Belt is also a semi-late game solution. Corruption is a semi-late game solution. So, I don't think that we need to take Risk of Ruin. Yeah. Naja, the Hand of Greed. Nee. Also, Toolbox is better than Remove. Toolbox is super sick. Yeah, Toolbox is super sick. I don't think that I'm passing a Toolbox here. Oh wow, okay. No, it's really nice because we have the option to buy a shop relic, and shop relics are really nice. A membership card is probably worth more than this. Maybe the shop was better than 100 gold, because of course that we spend is the value of 100, that we can spend is the value of 100 gold. But maybe there's also, I mean, just the utility of the gold into power is probably worth nearly 100. But then there are also some really big high rolls. Yeah, membership card, for example, is certainly a high roll for whatever, like 300 gold or whatever. There are some other shopping relics. I don't want to go into specifics, but they are certainly. The value of all shopping relics is 500 divided by 20. So probably we get, 40 gold by seeing. So maybe the shop is maybe also 130, 140. Could be. Strike. Hey, Flash Rodelic, thanks very much for your sub, man. It's appreciated. And we just got a remove, it's nice. Yeah. We would have gotten the frog from the Elite. Yeah, is that how it works, yeah? Hey, Ausben, thanks very much for your sub as well. And Hearthstone movie for the cheers. Good. What are we doing here? Corruption seems legit. Next turn, most of the cases we have enough block. Is there some alternate play? Are taken from the complete end of relics? Yeah, but I don't know what are that. So 30 and then kill or what? Or is it kill? Actually, I don't even know. Maybe it's not kill. Okay. So the equation is how? The equation is this guy attacks what, 50-50 or what, or 60% of fleet? I don't know. So we can now invest 3 life in order to not let him attack for 14. If he attacks for 14, how bad is it? Yeah, not an issue, we have Abacus. Sick. Oh, he really attacks for 14. Regeneration potion. Interesting. Yeah, Shrugadov is nuts. Shrugadov is nuts with corruption. Shrugadov is nuts anyways. Shrugadov is just nut level also with the super blocker. Upgrades are already there. We already have upgrade here, upgrade here. Sentinel combo. Yeah, or we just take the good card. Upgrade or card? The first question would be what the upgrade could be. We even have Bloodletting, it's definitely not Sentinel. The upgrade is here like... it's not a good upgrade. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. I mean, our deck is small. That's an okay upgrade on the Iron Wave. And we also exhaust our deck so down that this upgrade actually does or would play. Yeah. Maybe we can... Oh, we should rest. Okay. Inflame for sure. Yeah, before we upgrade Iron Wave, you do Inflame, but... Yeah, really? Because the Guardian or what? What, we have the regeneration potion by rest? So you would like to use the regeneration potion or what? The Iron Wave is 4 stats and the Inflame upgrade? I'm not even so sure. It was to use the regeneration potion for the Inflame upgrade. What rest also gives a card? Yeah, Nini, that's what we are currently discussing. So the question is how valuable is a card? And the card also gives us additional 20 HP. And so I guess the best way to approach this, I would have thought, is to first think about the value of the card, the value of the upgrade. And if you realize the upgrade is garbage, then we could just take the life and the card. It's pretty simple, right? And I'm usually not very fond of the Iron Wave upgrade. I think the Iron Wave upgrade is not very powerful. But we also know that we will probably exhaust our deck down so that we have some kind of loop later. And I'm just curious what this kind of loop would be. So we draw 5 cards. And most likely we play Iron Wave, Strike, Pommel Strike. So it basically means that the Iron Wave in our current state of affairs will come down quite often. And if that is true, we should maybe upgrade the Iron Wave. Now, why I'm a little bit skeptical is because there is also the thing about the second Pommel Strike we would add into the deck. Because once we have a second Pommel Strike, we will upgrade the Pommel Strike. And once our deck is exhausted to very small, we would be able to loop with Pommel Strike pluses. And Pommel Strike pluses work in a way that you receive the Abacus twice, right? And then suddenly the Pommel Strikes are very potent. So maybe that would speak against the Iron Wave upgrade again. And again, the Iron Wave upgrade usually is not very potent. Inflame. I mean, we do not have many attacks, or that many attacks. Against the Guardian, you're saying that the Inflame will bring us to proc him more often. I mean, first of all, we might want to think about the corruption first, and then about our rotations against the Guardian. So if you have 5 cards in the hand, Iron Wave, also for example, we could play Pommel Strike. We draw 1 card, maybe even 12 block, maybe 6 block. Then Pommel Strike is in the dude, then we could play Iron Wave. And then we would have 3 block. And then we would take damage. And sometimes we take less damage. What am I saying? I'm saying if we exhausted everything but the attacks, of course we don't need to upgrade the Inflame because we proc the Guardian anyways. And I'm also not very fond of the Inflame upgrade into the next act because it is power, and powers are not very good into the next act. Yeah. Iron Wave upgrade seems good until Act 2 boss, you feel? That's the thing. If you upgrade Iron Wave now, of course this is very good until we actually... not only Act 2 boss, but it's just about when we find that second Pommel. Or a Flash of Steel. So I could definitely see this until we actually getting to find more. Battle Trance is a little bit worse than usual because... I don't know, Battle Trance is of course still fine. But any attack we don't want to add. Is that true? Yeah, because attacks are pretty crap. Attacks are pretty crappy because they block our Abacus thing. Guardian will be a bit tough. Naja, the Iron Wave upgrade will save a lot of lives, so I don't think about tough. So... I'm just saying if you upgrade the Iron Wave, we can just exhaust our deck. Because Iron Wave is 3 block, then we play Pommel Strike, so we block already 5, and then we play Iron Wave again as 8 block. Helps for the small hit. For the big hit, we take some damage. We take less if you use the Essence of Steel. Essence of Steel is pretty good in this fight, if you want to do that. We could also not play Corruption. What is about not playing Corruption? I don't know about not playing Corruption. For me it feels that we should get Corruption out of the shuffle. And then take it from there. The first attacks we can just also block with defense, by the way. And then if it's important to deal damage, we can deal damage. So I could see an Iron Wave upgrade. If we say the life is not important. I mean, currently with resting we do not receive upgraded cards. In Act 2 we will already receive the one or the other upgraded cards. Upgraded cards of course being way better than non-upgraded cards. And we will also just see a non-upgraded Pommel at some point. So even resting for the extra Pommel strike doesn't make sense that much, especially not against Guardian. Also no rare chance. Yeah. That's pretty huge. Secret Weapon gives us guaranteed bash. Pretty sick. Also exhaust. Panacea is complete crap, right? I think guaranteed bash is pretty sick. You think we get out of this crap only with the Essence of Steel, or do you think we also need the Regen Potion? This is perfect blocking turns, by the way. Perfect setup and blocking turns. Super nice. Yeah, so we need to blood that thing. Not considering transmutation? No. So here we can proc as 15. We always draw at least one attack. But the one attack is not 15. So we have to activate here. Yeah, I wonder whether we can use the Regen Potion later. I'm pretty certain we can choose on the Regen Potion later. I don't think we need to decide now. We have a lot of turns to decide. So Inflame is a must. I think that's clear. We have double block here without the Essence of Steel. We could manipulate into Essence of Steel, but not really. Next turn there's Iron Wave, and Iron Wave is 3 block. Iron Wave is 3 block. We could shrug it off here, and if we draw Iron Wave we can just play it. That sounds like a good plan. And yeah, no, I mean that's just how things are. Now with having this draw, I'm thinking maybe Regen Potion could be okay. Regen Potion is probably not even 15 value in the other fights. So Regen Potion seems to be rather, let's say, 12 value in Act 2. And if you use it now for 15, we carry 4 into the next Act. So the worst case is we lose 8 life into the next Act. Yeah. The best case is that we also keep our plated armor. So we do not need to commit to the plated armor as well, but we could also. So, what? Kappa T says it's an interesting mark. You like that mark because you are Kappa T. I see. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. So, if this guy really attacks next turn for 16, and let's say we are unlucky and we don't draw anything, and then he attacks us for 20 again, is there a risk of ruin if you don't use the potion now? Hey! Hey? Yeah. We can choose later if you wanted. Yeah, we can always choose 5 instead of 15. So you're saying we can never... Oh yeah, we also go into the shuffle. Yeah, we also go into shuffle. I forgot the abacus actually. Shuffle, block 6. Yes, a perfect abacus here. So we can now block 3 and bash. I mean, the plated armor really is a complete trash potion. And probably has by far the most value in this fight, right? I mean, it is in this fight it's probably 11 HP, and in the Act 2 it's probably 6 HP or something. So even if we save the 11, we carry 4 into the next Act. I'm really wanting to play the bash here. I have the feeling we run risk of ruin if I don't play the bash here. You see that? We go to 5, which would mean we take 11. Oh my god. We could also block 14, we take 2. If I use the material says we don't take the 2. 180 means we need to deal 50. We already have Inflame. 50. How is 50? Corruption, block or whatever. This is already 12, 20, 28. In 2 draws, guaranteed 28. But we need to play Corruption. And if we draw Pommel Strike and we don't draw Bloodletting, we whiff Corruption again. We might not have enough damage. Okay, but then we can also use Colorless if it's really that bad. So we need to deal 50 in 3 turns. We have 20, 28 in 2 turns, so we need 22 in a lot of cards, right? If you draw this, you can just do this. If you draw this with this, you also deal damage. We even have the Colorless Potion to bail out. If you completely whiff, can we even take the hit? 38, 17, 32, 36 and block. And if this is block or weakness. So even if we completely whiff, we can even take the hit. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ah, yeah, and even if... Yeah, okay, perfect. That's great. Yeah, corruption needs to go down. We really need to get the damage loop. So, the bloodletting... That's super nice. Ja, klar, das ist super. So what are the questions here? The question is whether we want to loop Shrug It Off, whether we want to have Shrug It Off in the deck for 1 energy. I think that's pretty okay to have Shrug It Off in the deck for 1 energy. We could play... We just need 1 remove for the Hyperloop. Yeah. But still having block in the deck is positive, right? Because sometimes we want to play Bash, and if you have Shrug It Off, we can play Bash. So, I think probably Shrug It Off. Bloodletting is better... to have? Or what? No. We keep bloodletting no matter what. Yeah, I think if you play Shrug It Off, we would need to keep bloodletting anyways. But that would be okay then. So like Shrug It Off, bloodletting. Keeping bloodletting 1 time is okay. Then doing this. Yeah, basically playing attack and exhaust the garbage. It's so perfect, yeah. Double corrupted. And boom! Plated armor. Tor. Yeah, perfect, halt. Yeah. And then 22 and we have perfect. Defend. I would just keep defend. Yeah. There is no indication that it's bad, bro. No, it's like super gut, klar. Aber so haben wir es ja auch aufgesetzt. Das ist ja kein Zufall. So, this is 12. The question is, do we want this one to in the shuffle because of Bash? So if we do this, it's better. No, regeneration for full value is never. Bam, Abacus. Yeah, so Iron Wave needs to come down, that's clear. That's something which will always happen. Now we have full block already. Yeah, Shrug It Off, I don't know. Oh, we need to play... And the next time we have what? Block attack? Block attack for the shuffle. So block 5, then we play this. We have block 7. And we want to draw block. On the other hand, if you play Shrug It Off, we can just play the attack as well. Yeah, but next turn. I think we really want to Shrug It Off another turn. We really also want to bash. Ja, hier ist es Shrug It Off. Genau. Das ist genau. This is exactly what wir genau. Das ist genau perfekt halt. Ja. Yeah, bloodletting, we could exhaust bloodletting for 1 attack if you wanted. Probably not. No indication currently for that. Abacus. Boom. Another bash. Yeah, now bloodletting could be. We might not even need it, but I guess this is just too good of a spot. I don't even want to think about it. It's less than 1 life into the next act. So, if you are talking less than 1 life into the next act, oh, did I just proc him? I wasn't even aware. But yeah, if you proc him, even better. Okay, so, yeah. No potion though. Very cool. Yeah, very nice battle. Very nice battle. Now this is a little bit tough, yeah. Still no block, by the way. Brutality for more draw. I'm not even sure whether brutality is more draw. It's never barricade, right? Because once we have barricade, why do we need barricade? Once our deck is small, we create block every turn anyways. What long-term potential barricade? You're gonna be the guy who says barricade. No! Like, this is super speaking against barricade. Once our deck is small, we create block every turn. Why do you want the barricade? And then it's like 3 energy. It's a blank until then. Macht keinen Sinn. Skip. I usually tend to take brutality over skip. Brutality is just card draw. Doesn't brutality work well with the abacus? It's okay. Yeah. Brutality also opens up to pick upgraded Rupture, if you want it. Brutality also opens up stuff like Runic Cube. Runic Cube would be good with Brutality. A Coffee Dripper is perfect. Fits perfectly the theme of the Dreamcatcher. Really nice, I love it. There's one time full heal with the Sacred Bug if you want that. Sacred Bug with Potion Belt slightly better than usual. Not infinitely better. It's still about receiving the potions. Yeah? No. Like, if you have Sacred Bug with the White Beast, that's really good. Because then you just get like twice the value every fight. But if you have Sacred Bug with a Potion Belt, it's not that much more continuous value. It's just that you can set up bigger bursts against end bosses and stuff, right? But generally speaking, it does not increase the amount of potions you receive. There's also, by the way, always a Coffee Dripper. Coffee Dripper with Dreamcatcher is a little bit sad though. I don't know. Usually Coffee Dripper is super easy if you wouldn't have the Dreamcatcher. But the Dreamcatcher, I believe usually whatever in Act 2 is 80 gold per rest. And because of corruption, every skill we take is also positive. Like a lot of skills are positive. Probably pressing Dreamcatching is 100 gold. And pressing Upgrade is also 100 gold. So pressing Dreamcatcher or pressing Upgrade is the same value. So it's basically the life of the Dreamcatcher goes free. Which doesn't make the Dreamcatcher a good relic. It just makes the Dreamcatcher worse. It just makes the Coffee Dripper worth less even. Yeah. If you press the Coffee Dripper, we lose a relic. The relic is whatever, 150 gold. Maybe 200, depends on the situation. If you get a Bloody Idol, it's not worth that, but you know. And then this suddenly is only worth 500, minus the downside that we cannot rest. And it could be important, because sometimes you can salvage a run by resting. Not very often, but you know, sometimes. Then there's a Choker. Choker can definitely not be taken. We had some ideas about infinite stuff, right? So that's absolutely a no-go. So leaves the Sacred Bug and the Coffee Dripper. Comfortable with brutality is scary as well. That I don't know. Energy means more looping? Yeah, until you see dropkick. Until you see dropkick Flash of Steel. We are rather looking at Flash of Steel dropkick for infinite, not the energy. And once we are infinite. So maybe we could also just always rest until we are actually infinite. Dropkick plays. So what I'm saying is dropkick Flash of Steel is infinite, and then we win the run. If we get 2 of those. We could always rest until we get 2 of those, for example. Also possible. Yeah. I'm really currently thinking about the Sacred Bark. Because Sacred Bark is also 1 full heal 1 time with the Regen Potion. I think Sacred Bark might be better in this case. It's really interesting. I'm also wondering about the 4 energy. The turn where we have Brutality, the 4 energy doesn't play. Any turn where we receive the Bloodletting, the 4 energy doesn't play. You see that? And once we have Corruption, the 4th energy also doesn't play. I'm pretty certain we just take the Sacred Bark here. And Sacred Bark it is. Okay, cool. There's a knight. Sacred Bark also makes the potion buys in the shop immensely more valuable. Absolutely. Okay, what do we do? Shop. Remove is still 75 at the shop. Just saying. So we could go to a shop, remove, and buy a potion. But then we cannot buy the card on sale. We can also not buy shop relic. We can also not buy common relic. Question marks are much better because one of the events, instead of being complete trash, is very good. I think we already removed some strikes, so we don't need to necessarily remove way more. Library is very good as well because of dropkick. We need a specific card. Battle Trance we still not have, so that would also work. Oh. Yeah, stuff like Ritual Dagger. Question marks are good anyways. I'm wondering about apparitions. Apparitions could be... I don't know about apparitions, I don't know. But the corruption apparition does work. Small deck apparition does work. And once we went to the... but on the other hand, Dreamcatcher apparition doesn't work. Yeah, that's tricky. Yeah, it's tricky. These question marks can also be shops, and if they are shops, as long as we do have gold, that's fine. I would definitely like to delay the Burning Elite. Yeah, so we can probably go here and then see over. Yeah, because normal enemies are also less cool. 21. A blind would help there. We can decide after the first fight. Be blinded! How can the Shell Parasite? There are no freaking... what do we blind here? How does that even make sense? Nah, whatever. So... yeah, we have full block here. We could also take 8. But I don't think so. I think we can just like... yeah. Yeah, the brutality. It's true. I mean, it's not amazing. Yeah, I mean, I played anyways, right? It should be. Yeah, yeah, whatever. I'm pretty certain there are some cases where this is a good deploy. Ha, blinded again. So... yeah, Shrugger is also pretty... I don't know. Yeah, I can probably draw Bash with that if he... yeah, and then Bloodletting Exhaust too. Hey, we are losing a lot of life here. Maybe I'm spewing around a little bit. But do I really spew around? I don't know. Yeah, maybe yes. Cannot be so bad. So let's exhaust this. Do we have kill now or not? 12, no. Yeah, next turn kill. Okay. Ah, ja, okay. Ach, das ist okay. Das war definitely okay. Uppercut is halt not upgraded. Skip. This looks like a skip. Havoc is not bad. Schon ziemlich schlecht, oder? Why should Havoc not be equal? No. These cards aren't dropkick, yeah, exactly. We could also go to the shop with some elites or what? Naja, also the delta between these two choices is pretty sick. The delta being 225. It's a big delta. It also is, if you do not go to this shop, you probably don't see a shop. We could also go to this shop and make the Burning Elite, that's possible. Meaning that we can buy potions, yeah, but then we carry pain through, no, to 2, no, I don't want that. It's bad because I don't want to take early Burning Elite in Act 2, but it's also bad because I don't want to carry the pain through 2 fights. So, the regret, of course. So, we can either take the gold and continue our journey here, upgrade all base cards, I don't know, because I really want to remove some, like, I mean, upgrade all bases, of course, super good as well. Golden Idol for Bloody Idol is not that great, though. Because Golden Idol, Bloody Idol means sustain. But the freaking Dreamcatcher is also so much sustain. I mean, you press the freaking Dreamcatcher and it sustains the hell out of the Spire. Whether you get this for Blood Idol, it's less good than usual. Usually Blood Idol is super sick for the Golden Idol, but in our case, since we always can press the sustain button anyways, we get life and another card. I mean, that's as amazing. And in the shop can always be also Flash of Steel, yeah, which would be very good. And then what? Yeah, this potion can still be used at some point. So I don't know. You also don't click the minus 24 damage. Ja, klar. Das ist schon gut. Ja, das ist schon gut, klar. I'm just curious whether we need dagger if you already go so small deck. Also here. Also what's the downside of this? Hallways, how are hallways? I mean, Sacred Bug also helps in hallways. It's not like this. Hallways are not complete garbage. Toolbox also speaks for hallways a little bit, yeah. So yeah. So we would go here, we would take the shop. We would go here, we would take elite. I do not mind taking an elite. That's okay. Then there's a fire. Fire is always card choice and heal. Especially after elite, especially between elites, I do not mind. And here we have also the option to go to a fire, which is nice. Like if you're completely garbaged, we can go to the fire. And if you're not, there are 2 more enemies. I mean, enemies are not great for us. So then there's question mark and elite. Yeah, we could do that. Or we take not the 275 gold. We do not go to a shop. We do not spend our gold. But we go to 2 question marks instead. Which are usually also not that great. I mean, again, I feel that upgrade all base cards. These strikes will be removed, so upgrade all base is of course good, but we can never take vampires as well. Red mask, sure. We would go here, we would go here. There's another question mark here. There's another fire here, which we probably don't need because if he already rested here, this rest goes down in value quite a lot. Yeah, whatever. We had 20, 30 HP, then we rest 50. This goes down in value a lot. Then there's monster. I think we actually just take the golden to shop. Nah, it's not only that, but it's also, look, if we take the gold, it's so much. It's 450, 470 we remove. So it's like 470 is like 400. We can buy any relic we want. We can buy any card we want. We can buy any potion we want. Yeah, we can even Flash of Steel. It's also very nice if it sometimes rains gold. I like that too. Shuffles 3 attacks for 0. Then no text card we draw. Dramatic entrance is just good. What about the cube? There will be some... Oh yeah, the regret, by the way. I'm wondering whether the regeneration potion is something you would like to play. I have the feeling that the regeneration potion... Yeah. I think in this fight might be... Because, I mean, BS3 energy. We will play corruption, then we will take damage every turn. Yeah, let's definitely play that. But regeneration in this fight is not going to get its value. I think so. I think it will. So the only question is about Metamorphosis. I'm not even sure. Maybe Metamorphosis is the key. If we get Metamorphosis with Corruption, we play Metamorphosis for free. 3 attacks for 0 energy might really be key in this fight. Yeah, because we don't have energy or what. Or like, let's say also this. Okay, these are okay. But also with this. Yeah. What's this 55 heal? Yeah, in Dream World is 55 heal. Also 10 turns. The 55 heal is a dream, guys. This is like... I understand the 55 dream narrative. Look at this, by the way. Yeah, look at this here. I understand the 55 dream narrative. But it's really a dream narrative. We can also, by the way, we can also decide if we have a draw like this, we can still decide different. We can do this and then we can see what we get. And depending on what we receive, we can still choose not to use the regen potion. Yeah, that is still an option. Yeah, this is stupid, like the defend regret already takes away the life. So, what do we have? Flash of Steel, or what do we mean Flash of Steel plus? What is Flash of Steel plus? Where is it? What? I don't know. So, these are our cards. So this guy is at 985 or whatever, and dealing 85 will be very difficult. This is currently regen 10. Yeah, regen 10 is the easy solution, but I don't know. Maybe it's also stupid. I mean, we could also use a regen 10, of course, in this fight, for example. Whereas, this is a question, halt. Also if you don't use it, we go to 46. Then there are 11 imminent. 11 imminent means we block. So we are still 46. And then can we kill or what? Let's say... Oh, there's Pommel Strike Q, by the way. This is really good. So... Let's say we would have... block. Let's say we do 25. And then the turn after can be killed. Usually that's a no. And then we take 1 time damage 22. Can we prevent this? No. So we are at 46 minus 22, probably like 24. And then we go back to 30. So this would be 38 instead of the maximal 55. I don't know. Flame. Clear. Pommel Strike is clear. Pummel is clear. Iron Wave is clear. And block is clear. And now we overheal. But we have also some other stuff. This we can exhaust. Do we want to exhaust Bloodletting? Yes, no. If we exhaust Bloodletting, it's for free, the exhaust currently. Do we want to do that or not? And why? What does it depend on? Next time we get 6 block. 6 block. I wonder what happens first, regeneration or regret. So this would mean we still have only 3 energy, but this is free, this is free. But the extra energy can also empty our hand. So I'm really not sure. Yeah, we draw 6 cards. The Bloodletting has to be better in the deck, probably. It's not very clear though, because Bloodletting is also costly, of course. Or is it already kill? Yeah, it's already kill unless, yeah. So unless what? Here we can draw the Iron Wave or we can draw the Regret. If we wait, we are better. So splash this. Like this, right? If we wait, we are better and then we just kill next turn. Is that true? Maybe that's not even true. Maybe I should have maxed out the damage. I'm not thinking. Also, was ist das? It's like 15 block, 22, right? Yeah, 22. 15, right? Was it 20? Crap. So... 15. 22. I think it's 15. Is it 15? No, maybe it's 20. Ja, ich glaube auch, ja. Ich weiß auch nicht. Also, und even if not, then we just wait out the regeneration, right? Even... Oh, we also get 6 cards. What am I even talking about? I don't even need to be a little bit concerned. We even get the dude. So... what's the deal? The deal is... Yeah, the deal is we got the regeneration value, right? So, perfekt, oder? Also, perfekt. We need to get rid of the regret. It's way too bad for us. What did you say? Perfect? What's up? What? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Also was ist los? Blood Potion is a lot of value. Blood Potion is 40 HP. I am willing to use to buy Blood Potion if you have leftover gold. I'm not willing to take this, right? Like the attacks We don't even want to add the text, so I buy the Clockwork Souvenir because it's just super sick. And wanting to spend gold, is that true or not? There is something about this panic button Clockwork Souvenir, but I don't know. I don't know exactly. I mean, it would mean... No, actually there is something about it, yeah. Okay, guys, to put things into perspective, Clockwork Souvenir. Is it sick or not? Yes, it's sick. Okay, why is it sick? Yeah, because it gives you one artifact most of the fight, like in all fights. Sick. Is it sick in the fights where you would need to use the artifact? Completely busted. Is it sick in the fights where you don't need the artifact? No, because you don't need the artifact. If we take the panic button, we basically assure that we always use the artifact. Pretty sick. There are fights where we would where we would use the artifact nature. Perfect. And the fights where we don't use the artifact nature, we have panic button. So that's definitely possible. I could also see... Oh, by the way, color is very important for the slaver fight. I didn't also want to go to the Burning Elite because if this is slavers, slavers also put wounds into your deck. If slavers put wounds into our deck, we might just die. If we don't find anything from the colorless potion. But good stuff, we can just find something from the colorless potion. Okay, so, Shrugadov is just good block, is front dot block, is black block, and after corruption super sick. Let's talk about the panic button once again. What about it? I mean, we also have Abacus, so we can also play one last turn of super blocks and then we go into Abacus stuff. I feel it's good enough, I don't know. I mean, the question is also about more shops or what, but there are no more shops. Okay, cool, panic button. Last but not least, blood potion. I think I just buy it because, honestly. Because we have the leftover gold. So why being cheap here, right? Why being cheap? Let's not be cheap. Ui. Was ist das jetzt? Yeah, definitely bloodletting. Good stuff that we... good stuff that we... Hey, this brutality? But brutality is usually... I mean, it just opened options. So, yeah, bloodletting super good here, of course. And the question is 5 block or... Yeah, or doing bash. Also, probably... Ich weiß es gar nicht. Wie ist es denn eigentlich? Also, probably... Yeah, I just see a 2 energy, I see 2 energy, so yeah, it's probably better to do that. Yeah. Like what is the... And brutality can also be played, it's okay. I don't know. I mean... yeah. Yeah, probably just panic button, yeah. Good stuff that you draw 6. Actually, that's pretty good, yeah. I mean, since we draw 6, I could also see us doing that without corruption. Like, just pommel strike this down, like kill it. That was not the draw I wanted to see, but... And then flip this. Three, or do we have next turn kill? We can guarantee a next turn kill if we play bloodletting here. 1 extra turn would mean 1 life anyways. And if we do not deal the damage now, she will probably attack us next turn. And if we... Yeah, good, we always draw everything though. So maybe we should just wait. Huh. Cool. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, she attacks, but we also always get block and abacus guaranteed. So that was kind of where I was coming from. Yeah. If you play Shrug It Off, Iron Wave and Pommel Strikes are also out. So it's just better to play Shrug It Off here. That's a little bit sad. No potion. Another Shrug It Off. What Deep Breath was free block? The Deep Breath. I don't know. Do we want to have the shuffle? Not so sure. Not so sure. Dramatic entrance, cool. We didn't find a potion, and blood potion is 40%. Hey, since I changed the internet, the chat is running like a blast. I can still not believe it. Sometimes you really feel stupid. I mean, I just needed to change the internet, and all these troubles are gone. Maybe instead of like thinking about this, I should just think about the next action. I can just not believe it, you know. It's just like crazy. Sometimes you just need to do one little thing, and everything is so much better. It's crazy. So so what about yeah, the dramatic entrance? Sure. Do we need the colorless potion here or not? We can also, otherwise we can use the bloodletting on demand. Bloodletting on demand is 40. 40? Still annoyed about that. Was heißt 40? Das ist auch nicht 40. Das ist hier 27 or whatever, 26, but it's auch gut. Still annoyed about it. Yeah, crazy. I cannot believe it. I mean, before I needed to reset the chat every half an hour. And it was not even about the resetting half hour thing. It was rather, I read the chat and sometimes it just didn't proceed. And I never knew, you know. I never knew whether it's just that you don't write, that you guys don't write, or whether it basically bugged out again, right? So there's that. Alright. So, what is here? Colorless potion. We could use one colorless potion, but only if we need to do it. Again, this is healing for 40%. So we are at 27. We could always do that, right? I mean, we can just collect the potions like a madman. But then again, maybe we can also just... I mean, what is that? 21. So this would kill, and then we will probably already take some heat. And the heat can be answered by a panic button, right? But we also don't have any AoE. I'm really wondering about that. So now, once the deck is boiled down, we will also be able to block with corruption, right? And once the deck is boiled down, we do have a little bit of strength, and we will also block at the same time, right? So maybe we do not need the colorless potion. Yeah. Maybe we don't need the colorless potion, honestly. I mean, right now we can already deal 21 and block full. So we might wait until we actually know what we need. Because currently, even with Brutality, we draw our entire deck, and then we can loop. What can we loop? Is there something to loop? We can loop Iron Wave, Pommel Strike. That blocks 19, right? And then we have a third energy to do something. Iron Wave, Pommel Strike, loop, strike or whatever. How much is that? Yeah, let's say 45 per turn. We need to play in Flame, that's clear. If we play in Flame, we take some damage though. 10 plus 9. Interesting. We take 1 damage. It's okay. So this is on 2. And then the block is what? 7 or what? Had 10 block? I forgot. I don't know. Let's take 1 here. It's just about panic button draw next turn. Now if you do not draw the panic button though. Yeah. We can potion it to see what we get. Yes, we could also attack this guy, for example, and then see. Like, I mean, if you attack this and we get panic button, we don't need to use a potion. No. But then again, like if you do that, corruption is not be played. So the best would be to see a colorless potion, see what we get, and then maybe even play corruption, right? I mean, otherwise, if you pommel strike into panic button, how would it be? We would block in this turn. I don't know. But I mean, we need to create block anyways, right? And it's only about panic button. Yeah. So I don't know, I don't want to waste potions, you know. But yeah. Is the corruption really important to have on the board? Because of course there might be also a thing about delaying the corruption. Maybe we should really just use a potion and see what we get. Oh, 3 times 0. Oh, 9! Ah. You 9! Hey, fortunately we could buy a potion. Good stuff that you bought this potion. Deep breath is just what's deep breath? Yeah. Yeah, deep breath is 6 block. Yeah, 6. That means 12 block we take 33 still or 28. Enlightenment is 2 energy. Yeah. And 12 block and drawing cards is better though, right? And what is with the shuffle? Yeah, we can play these. If we draw them, we can play them with corruption. So that would mean we would play corruption though, right? Huh. And can we shuffle if we don't have anything in the shuffle? Also not really, right? Was it maybe better to just play corruption and pommel strike? Hey, jetzt bin ich schon confused. Ja, Enlightenment maybe, ja. Ich weiß auch nicht, ich bin schon wieder so confused. In den letzten Tagen bin ich irgendwie so ein bisschen, das ist anstrengend. Das ist schon anstrengend. So, the thing about this was that we could have also reduced this by 2. And if you reduce this by 2, we could have... I mean, the problem is it's exactly 2 energy. So the question is, do we want 2 energy or do we want this? And if you have... But the thing is 2 energy, 1 energy... Also honestly, I don't even want to play corruption if I have deep breaths. Because bloodletting, panic button, these are all better draws than these, right? So it might be... with deep breaths, we don't need corruptions, that's what I'm saying. So maybe... Yeah, pommel strike first and deep breath, I think so. And then we can get pommel strike again in theory. And there's also deep breath, so the deep breath they also shuffle themselves, which is also a thing. Uh, 17. Pretty comes down for sure. Oh man. wir können Block 12, 24. Ja, klar. Nehmen wir halt Damage halt, ne? I don't think that we can use the colorless. Hey, this is heal anyways. We can always heal at this rest place anyways. In this, if this is slaver, we need the colorless. We can never burn the second colorless here. If this is slavers and we don't have potions ready, if this is slavers and we don't have this potion, we can die. Straight up. Yeah. I cannot use another potion here. Not possible. So we can either block for 12. Having all the circulations. Ja, das ist auch müde. Ja, so machen wir es halt, oder? Could also bash, but I'm not so sure whether bash is the solution. Wahrscheinlich so, also. Now I want to draw this, right? Especially the bloodletting is good. Yeah, corruption, bloodletting or what? Bloodletting. I certainly don't want the bloodletting 2 times in this fight. But 1 time bloodletting is still legit or what? In this case it would be... Yeah, one time bloodletting. I don't know. Honestly, that was just laziness. I was just lazy right now. I mean, Varys is probably okay. Yeah, it's probably pretty good. We have still 1 energy, so Rocket off for 1 energy, Iron Base. Probably the other Shrug it off 2 because Panic Button wants to be redrawn. We don't want these. We aren't close to killing this guy though. No. Scary? Echt? Achso, Scary! Ja, ja, Scary! Hey, nein, ich zock's auch gerade! Hey, ich zock grad voll, Mann! Hey, warum zock ich denn so hart gerade? Scheiße, ich zock's gerade nur runter. Fuck! Warum zock ich's denn gerade so derbe? Ich zock grad nur. Der Abakus, der macht doch gar nicht so viel, oder? Scheiße. Hey. 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 Der Bloodletting wäre gut gewesen. Bloodletting ist gut, 2 Energie. Hm. Also. Nein, we need to kill one. Ach, Bullshit all in. Jetzt machen wir hier ein bisschen nachdenken. Jetzt, wir haben schon genug Scheiße gespielt. So. The boss hits for... Ach, 63. This inflicts weakness first and then frail. So we are basically frail. And then the thing is, if she attacks, these are also boosted. I wish I would have not exhausted the one thing. Ah, crap. Das war dumm. Ja, das war dumm. So. Ja, Double Attack des Fat Gremlin halt. She attacks for what? 15. Ja, also she will attack for. Ja, also jetzt mal gucken. 63 und wir frail. Ja, also das ist 22. Dann gibt es hier noch ein bisschen. 27, zweimal Shuffle 35. Also wahrscheinlich ist es irgendwie 28. Und dann können wir hier irgendwie Bam Bam, Block Block. Und dann das ist Block, das ist Draw. Wir kriegen das schon irgendwie hin. Ja. Also with the guaranteed rest. And if she attacks, we actually buy ourselves a little bit of time. Yeah. What is the problem? Not really a problem. With the Pommel Strike, we probably also. The thing is, the panic button doesn't matter for the turn after, because on the turn after, panic button doesn't matter. Yeah. So, bam bam, ja. So, jetzt Weaken doesn't happen, aber Frail happens halt, ne? Und jetzt ist 15 und 15 means okay, big attack. 15 can kill 2 attack, okay? 2 attack, bam bam, and then hier Pommel Strike halt. Bam, 12, 87. Okay, so, next turn, she cannot attack, because she just attacked. 87, okay. Bash 12, Pommel Strike 18. So 12 plus 18, 30. 30, 30, 30, 99, 30. Was ist denn das für ein Bullshit jetzt? Also 99, jetzt nochmal nachdenken. Hey, das ist so ein Dreck, Mann. Angriff, 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 Angriff. Hier 99, 87. Oder was? 87, stimmt das überhaupt? Ja, wahrscheinlich. So ein Müll. 87 und dann haben wir was? She doesn't attack. 12, 18, 30, 87, 57. And then she can attack or not. If she doesn't attack, not a problem. If she does attack, 57. We cannot kill oder was? So ein Nerv. So ein fucking Nerv. We can Pommel Strike Deep Breath. Pommel Strike Deep Breath and then again. That's probably okay. Again, we need this potion for the slavers. So currently, do we want to do the block? Yeah, the block exhaust. It's 3 block anyway, so nothing spectacular. She also does not need to attack next turn, by the way. Yeah, like if she does, but it's not, you know, guaranteed. So, what is shuffle this cut pile into draw pile? Here's Pommel Strike, here's 15. So, we have the 2 energy would have been good. I should have definitely thought a little bit. Ich weiß nicht, wie ich so hardcore rumspielen kann. Ey. Ich kann's nicht glauben. Ich kann mal nur Scheiße spielen, Mann. Hey, okay. Also. Nein, weil einfach das Bloodletting die ganze Zeit 3 Damage, 3 Damage, 3 Damage, 3 Damage. Ich bin halt voll am Tilten. Die ganze Zeit 3 Damage mit dem fucking Bloodletting. Und dann irgendwie, dann auf einmal denkt man, okay, das passt jetzt schon. Ich fühle mich wie der letzte fucking Fisch so. So habe ich gespielt, da war ich irgendwie, keine Ahnung, ja. Vor 15 Jahren habe ich so gespielt. Ja, ich weiß, da war das Spiel noch nicht draußen, ja, aber hey. Ich spiele unreally schlecht, ey. Das ist so fucking unreal. Also, wir können doch nicht mal schaffeln, Mann. Hey. Oh. So ein Fuck-up, Mann. Hey, this GG, guys. Hey. Okay. Ah! Mann, haltet doch einfach mal die Fresse, wenn ihr keine Ahnung habt. Okay. Nein, we are pretty much very well alive here at the moment. We just need to find a good solution for... Also, bloodletting would have been very clean, but I threw the bloodletting. Ja. Aber ist ein bisschen sad. Also, what are the options here? We can pommel strike. We need to kill this. This is freaking weakening us. So I wonder if we Iron Wave. We can still not go into a shuffle, correct? Which is super sad. So let's say we Iron Wave this guy twice, then we deal 12 to her, it's 87. And Bash and Pommel Strike, we discussed that. Is 12 plus 18 is 30. And then we cannot kill this, because it's like not enough. Stress Eating, ja, nee, ich brauche halt ein paar Kohlenhydrate, um das zu verdauen, dass der Scheiß halt, der Bloodletting halt. Super nervig, klar. Warum hau ich das Bloodletting weg? I don't get it. Nee, ich habe keine Banane. Die sind aus. Also auch noch die zwei verfickten Gnome da sein müssen, das ist auch nicht so cool, ja. Die zwei Fett Gremlins sind halt beide, ja. Es geht halt gerade alles schief. Wir müssen den Potion trinken. Ich bin halt echt ein bisschen so, also es ist halt echt so, auch das hier, all das hilft nichts. Jetzt gerade, ich bin mir halt echt irgendwie, hätten wir die Corruption runtergesetzt, dann wäre das halt 1 gewesen. Und dann hätten wir halt Enlightening noch gehabt. Enlightening wurde also auf dem Bash. Da hätten wir wahrscheinlich ziehen können, vielleicht sogar Panic Button zünden und noch nicht mal die erste Charge nehmen an Schaden. Ich meine, warum nehmen wir denn die ganze Zeit fucking Schaden, Mann? Hey, ich meine, so, das regt mich mega auf. Also, wir hätten halt auch einfach Enlightenment, Corruption 1 Energy, dann halt Drawn, Exhaust, Block und dann halt irgendwie sowas, ja. Wäre wahrscheinlich besser gewesen, als die dummen Deep Breath ist. Nein, das ist auch mein gesamtes Gehirn wird ja halt auch das fing schon an diesem fucking Shop an mit dem Deep Breath. Also ob Deep Breath halt irgendwie die Incarnation ist. Ja, ich sehe auch die Combo. Die fucking Combo. Die Deep Breath freaking Abacus Combo. Ja. Ich meine, das ist so, als ob irgendwelche Würmer im Gehirn sind. Combo, Combo, Combo. Ja. Ich meine einfach mal gut spielen. Was habe ich jetzt nicht genommen? Jetzt habe ich halt, hey, dieses scheiß Combo-Gedöns. Ja. Ich meine, nee, das regt mich halt auch auf, wenn man dieses Gelaber halt, ja, dann muss man halt mal echt ein bisschen nachdenken. Und jetzt habe ich echt die scheiß Deep Breath genommen. Ich kotze. Nee, das ist halt echt so irgendwie Missplay into Missplay into Missplay. Und das ist kein Zufall. Das ist kein fucking Zufall. Das passiert halt, wenn irgendwie Gedöns, ja. Okay. Na gut. Na gut. Also. Was ist denn das jetzt hier? Ja. Es ist halt echt ein bisschen schlecht. Nein, also the not buying Deep Breath is perfectly fine, because Deep Breath, as you can see, is not exactly synergetic with the Corruption, right? Yeah, right. Okay. Then we used one colorless potion. We had two options. One option was 2 energy. Option number, like putting Corruption to 1. Option number 2 was Deep Breath. Deep Breath was basically 2 cards, which we would have gotten from the pommel anyways, but okay, we used then the pommel as well. So we are talking to energy here. Add 2 cards. Which, I mean, we had 2 energy or like 2 times Deep Breath. And Deep Breath were basically 2 cards, which was equivalent to Pommel Strike. But 1 energy would have dealt 12 damage. And with 1 energy we could Pommel Strike, kill the 1 Gremlin and draw 2 cards, which we basically did with Deep Breath. The attack on the Gremlin also was basically blocking 12, like the Deep Breaths then were. So effectively 1 more energy if we actually end up playing the Corruption. If we would end up playing the Corruption, it would have been maybe 1 more energy if we would have taken the dudes over Deep Breath. In the end we decided not to play Corruption anyways. Because if you plan to play Corruption, Deep Breath is always worse. Then, I mean, you could make an argument that the Deep Breaths are still in our deck, so we actually receive 2 times 6 block again. But Deep Breath is also shuffled, you see it here, right? I mean, we don't always like, you know, it's also whiffing. But yeah, so it's like 12 block more as well. It was very borderline, I don't know. Maybe still Corruption. But yeah, like with the energy, you know. We could have like Pommel Strike the kill in the middle and then set up Corruption and then also exhaust the other ones in time or whatever. But yeah. So, and then there was the thing about the Bloodletting. Yeah, the freaking Bloodletting. I mean, draw against 2 energy. And currently 1 draw is probably equivalent to 1 energy. No, 1 energy is more important than the draw. Because we also have Brutality online, which we also knew. So, horrifyingly bad. 1 energy is certainly way better than the 3 life here. Yeah, it's really bad. So, nee, passt schon. Und jetzt hier is also very difficult. Naja, the Fat Gremlins didn't help, you know, that we can also not, that we couldn't kill the Fat Gremlins, that was also really bad. Yeah. So, here, there's also still the option to use the colorless potion, but then we end up not having potions into this fight, or maybe ending not having potions into this fight, so that's bad. But she also attacking us for freaking 63 is also not exactly great. Okay, so, do we have... Okay. We could play Pommel Strike here. Into what? Into Deep Breath? Draw Bash or Pommel Strike? The idea is that Pommel Strike gives 12 block if you play it. So what can we do? But if you need the Abacus twice, Deep Breath needs to go first. This one. If you play this now, you don't shuffle. So, I do think that what? Also, if we Pommel Strike... Warte, mal überlegen. Pommel Strike. This goes to 1. Then, we draw the last card with Shrug It Off. Is that true? Yeah. Then we play... Now what? Then... Wait. We play Pommel Strike first. Pommel is in the dude. We can draw the last card with Shrug It Off. But we could also Deep Breath. No. Yes. No. Does it matter whether we play Deep Breath or Shrug It Off? Not really, right? It's just like Pommel Strike, Deep Breath. Shrug It Off. We basically drew everything. And then we play Iron Wave, and then we play Pommel Strike because Pommel Strike shuffles twice. Yeah. Always Shrug first to guarantee 50-50. What? What do we 50-50? We draw our entire deck anyways. But what we could do is we could Pommel Strike first, we can Shrug It Off, then it's like 0 cards. Also doesn't matter, right? I mean... Oh, you mean Deep Breath first, because then we get what? Maybe Pommel Strike, but does it matter? Not really, right? Naja, then we could play Pommel Strike, but it also doesn't change anything. Pommel Strike, Shuffle, it doesn't really change anything. If we play Pommel Strike, we play Deep Breath, We draw Pommel Strike, this is still in the deck. We play Pommel Strike and then this. It doesn't change a thing, right? Does it? No, it doesn't change a thing. Can we play 3 Pommel Strikes or what? We play Pommel Strike. We play Pommel Strike, we play Deep Breath. Yeah, I guess the idea is if you play Deep Breath, if you draw Pommel Strike again, we can play Pommel Strike again. Then draw into Pommel Strike, but then we cannot Pommel Strike a third time. So that's not possible. Nah, we can strike at Pommel, but then Pommel doesn't draw us. So yeah. Weaken for 1 turn. There is also something towards not dealing the damage and that we're getting weakened for 1 turn, but that's worse, right? If you are weakened for 1 turn, the bash loses how much life? 3 damage, so 9. 3 damage. 3 damage loss on that bash. And 3 damage loss on the bash. And the Pommel Strike loses 5 damage. So 3 plus 5 is 8. For 8 we save. For 8 we deal. For 8. For 8. How often can we even play Pommel Strikes? It's not even that we played triple Pommel Strike right later. Cannot really do that. Oh, can only play Pommel Strike 1 time or what? Oh Mann, ey, das kotzt mich voll. Oh man, das kotzt mich so hardcore an. If this would be anything else but double fat gremlin, we would also be there, but I mean that's a different story. Ja, okay, also was können wir jetzt machen? Wir können auch nie den Schaden machen, gell? Das ist ja alles scheiße, das ist alles irgendwie mieser Schaden hier. Ja. No, it's also that triple Pommel Strike does never happen later. If we draw the hand later, how much can we block later? 7? 1 energy is like 7. Then we can Pommel Strike 12, so that's 19. And then we can block 7 again. So 26 block in total. Ach, auch nicht so toll, gell? Boss, you want to panic button later? Why is that? What if I keep the minion alive? There's 37 that he buffs, which is good. If the enemy buffs, why is that good? No, it's not good. I mean, then she can hit and then we die from the hit. No, we don't want to keep it alive. No. I'm just so afraid that if we whiff... Do we die if we whiff? Probably we don't even die, right? No, we probably don't even die. So... what was that? Deep breath, what was that? What I'm saying is we do not even die. Even if everything goes wrong, we don't even die. So I think that's okay. What I'm saying is, she doesn't attack perfect. If she does attack, we probably still don't die. Oh, she really does attack, man. Hey, das ist doch voll das fucking Pech, Mann. Das gibt's doch nicht. Ja, gut, müssen wir halt Colorless nehmen halt. Naja, es ist so ein fucking Pech. Ich habe echt keinen Bock mehr. Ach Mann, hey. Was für ein fucking mieser Run. Warum spiele ich denn so? Also, we currently have 7 block and this is 12. Ach, YOLO Potion, YOLO Potion. Mann, das ist doch einfach fucking Kill normalerweise, if you keep the fucking Bloodletting, Mann. Das ist einfach 3 Leben, dann stirbt das Viech einfach. Ich bin so am Kotzen. Ich meine, ich weiß nicht, bin ich heute so schnell oder was? Nee, auch nicht. Also einfach mega mies geschlafen oder ich weiß es nicht. Vielleicht ist es manchmal so. Vielleicht manchmal einfach Brainfart. Man kann halt nicht immer geil, perfekt spielen oder was weiß ich. 19, 26. 26, 27, 36, 36 und 27. 66, 63. Also we die exact or what? If you do not use, also colorless potion always bails us out. So we never die if you use the colorless potion. But, ja. Also, keine Ahnung. Das da, 7, 19. 27. Das ist so. Again, we never die. We never die if we do not use the potion, yeah. Also if we never die if you use the potion, I mean. We never die if you use the potion. No potion is really bad. Corruption spot weakness is pretty clear. Because it goes down for free, but it's also no, we didn't lose bonus gold. Okay, so there is spot weakness, and spot weakness is already break even plus. If we are afraid of the slavers in the Book of Stepping, which we are, the spot weakness is straight up 3 strengths in any way. So against the slavers and also against the Book of Stepping, the spot weakness before the corruption is very strong, 1 energy, 3 strength. But after corruption is very strong as well, 0 energy, 3 strength. Bloodletting very important because we are on 3 energy. After corruption we can actually circulate all of these and this. Panic button still very good against Book of Stepping because it can full block 1 time for free. These are also upgraded very good again too. If we take too much damage we also can block. Bloodletting also very synergetic with this. Brutality can be played, we gain 3 block per turn, also amazing. We gain a colorless card which can bail us out against the slavers and against Book of Stepping. And of course we start the fight with full HP. Cool. Really good. Duel with on Pommel can be nice. Yeah, sure, but this is also not Dream World. Also we are currently, of course, having very nice late game, but we need to get there. I just used a double colorless potion to save 3 life because I didn't take the bloodletting, kept the bloodletting pattern play. It's nonsense, yeah. Also, even if we double Pommel Strike, like, so what? And also against the slavers it doesn't even work. It doesn't even work against the slavers. Resting gives a card. And life. Second wind is usually complete trash. If you already have corruption. Because second wind exhausts all your skills. And corruption wants to do the same. If we are afraid of the slavers, we could keep this for the second iteration into the wounds. Not very good. Yeah, we could also just get a second formula. This is, I don't know what this, also second wind, yeah? So second wind is, yeah, not very good with corruption. You don't want to exhaust your skills. So until we actually get rid of the wounds, it's useless. Bloodletting with the clay, yes. With the clay, this gives us energy, but I'm not exactly sure. I mean, then we have the corruption and double bloodletting. Also auch echt weird, oder? Ja, echt weird too. Ah, I see. Shrug it off, shrug it off, shrug it off is very looking for bloodletting. Pommel Strike Plus is looking for bloodletting. Bash is looking for bloodletting. Brutality is looking for bloodletting. Bloodletting corruption is even good. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, it's possible. Ach, der Clash, ja, das ist fucking clever. So. Nee, bitte jetzt keine miesen, bitte jetzt nicht die mega miesesten Suggestions. Ich bin ohnehin schon mehr auf Monster Tilt. Ich kann es echt nicht mehr hören. Also, so. Ich weiß, ich habe jetzt auch nicht getimeoutet oder irgendwas gebannt in der letzten Zeit, aber irgendwie gerade wird es echt langsam nervig. So, ja, ich meine so, at least make legal suggestions. I mean, I'm telling you, hey, slaver fight. Hey, Book of Stabbing fight. Yeah, Clash is exactly what we need there. Yeah, okay. Also, this bloodletting is really, it's super polarized, right? Like, either we draw it with nice cards or we draw it with garbage cards. But I think in our case, we can really make a case for it. Yeah, we can make a case for it. It's probably positive. It's very unlikely that it's not positive. I mean, we don't have that many attack cards, though. Yeah. So I guess slavers are bad for us. But we can also exhaust the bloodlettings then. Bloodletting with Shrug It Off works. I think in average, it's probably just beneficial to have this bloodletting. Yeah. You would take the second win. Yeah, I can see that, but it's probably not good enough, unfortunately. I think the fights we have, we need to solve early, quickly, fast, whatever. Yeah. Once we draw 6 cards, with corruption or without corruption, I think bloodletting is just about fine. Trading card for energy. Book of Stabbing, honestly, I'm happier against this Book of Stabbing than against the slavers. Second win because our Abacus loop is relevant. Yeah. I'm not the biggest believer of the second win. With 2 blood in the deck is probably draw, yeah. So currently we have 4 energy, yeah. 1, 2, 3. So this is 4. If we draw corruption, this is way better. Brutality also same. Bloodletting for sure. Inflame for sure. Yeah, I mean it's just like that we play our stuff, right? Okay. So yeah, in this case we solve. Yeah. Now it's also very often, you know, there's something about throwing a run, and it's very, very sad if you throw a run which is doing well, you know. So this is 16 damage with the bloodletting. 3 for 16, and we gain block next turn, so this has to be positive. Now this is 16, now this is 21. 21 also means we don't receive wounds. So now there's spot weakness, super sick. Bash is also super sick, this is free. But we don't need to do that. I mean, we could panic button, we can also just exhaust the block here. If we exhaust the block, we receive a wound, but for that we have panic button still in the deck, which is pretty sick. We take 2 damage, but for that we also gain 3 block next turn. This seems to be very good. Yeah, like very, very good. Shrug it off, I guess. Because we now have the bloodletting there. Yeah, full block halt. We could exhaust this, but I don't think so. Also next turn we draw 6 cards. So 6 cards are 8 cards, right? So we basically draw inevitably into our panic button if we do the bloodletting here, otherwise not. 9, otherwise we have a chance that we don't draw it. If we don't draw it, do we kill? Pommel Strike is currently 5 strength. This alone is already 22. These are 16. So if we don't draw the panic button, we draw the bloodletting, and if we draw the bloodletting, we also kill. Cool. Now we either draw bloodletting or we draw panic button halt. It's either or. Yeah, panic button is cheaper than bloodletting. Yeah, gold, 2 power potions, also 2 powers, cool. Spot weakness again. Warpaint. These skills are less good in the upgrade. So we could take the spot weakness just to get the upgrade. Spot weakness generally not bad if you do not plan to loop. Spot weakness going to 0 energy is also specifically potent. Basically upgrades the spot weakness for free. If we cannot deploy it, the 0 energy spot weakness, we can even wait with it and then it's still in the deck, which is also beneficial for sure. If we are only talking about the boss fight, it's beneficial for sure, because the spot weakness is definitely playing, and again the upgrade is just better. I take it, and then don't hit it with the upgrade, but whatever. So there's this, that was a good fight, yeah. We go here, we take this, we take the Toxic Egg. Skills from now on being upgraded is certainly a good thing. Save is fire. Yeah. On the other hand, we do have 56 HP, and fights also give us potions, and skills come upgraded, and at this point we should also be quite strong. This is also good. Toxic App with corruption is also very nice, yes. So what I'm saying is we could also take this, and then decide here. I don't know, I mean, extra fire, extra card choice also comes upgraded. What the X speaks for the fire? Why? I mean, of course we can rest, but I'm not exactly sure whether it speaks for the fire. I mean, if you go here, we also receive the same amount of card choices. But what you are simply saying is, this gives us a card choice, this gives us a card choice, and this card choice heals us a lot, while this card choice doesn't. Yeah. But then again, this is a late elite, and late elites are usually good for us. Yeah. I'm also thinking we never die here. I mean, obviously we never die here. And potions are also beneficial. Yeah. We also get a little bit of gold. Do we ever die if we do that? No, never. I mean, there are some threatening enemies, but we are also good in fights where we stall. We don't have a big attack density. Because our attack density is low, it basically means we are better off against enemies which which do not scale, because then we can block. Yeah, basically this. I also have to say there are the 3 birds, but against the 3 birds we have these 2, so that should be also okay. If we play brutality, we probably lose some life in the fight, but overall we'll probably end up break even. So what are the benefits? What are the downsides? The benefit is we go here. Do we expect to win life or what? No, we probably expect. We shouldn't expect. I think we expect to lose life. And then the question is only how much. But this artifact though, yeah. So we already also have some. Yeah, okay, also resting is pretty cool. Then we go to 48, and then we can even pay a lot of life if you want that. Yeah. It's also okay. So this means we lose maybe a relic. But is the relic really that important? No, that's a question. Probably not so much, I don't know. We could go here for another relic. I mean, relics are cool, that's no question. On the other hand, look, this is one more question mark. And question marks late in the act are very nice. I'm really thinking, hey, question marks late in the act are nearly as strong as Elite is. Library for the infinite things. Also library for all the upgraded skills. I'm saying this is not much better than this. Yeah. Probably. Slavers are always like threatening that they deal a lot of damage to you. I think I just like, you know, do this. Brutality number 2, guys. Interesting. Brutality just went very much up in value because of self-forming clay. The first one we draw. The second one... Flex with artifact seems intriguing. No. I can see the brutality. The first brutality we draw is... Naja, ist klar, ja. Also is card draw and also block is better than 1 HP. So, this is certainly... The first brutality we draw is positive. And then the second we draw... Ja. Will draw us more cards. Das ist schon okay. Können wir schon nehmen. So. What did you say? You said something, Snecko something, right? Here it is. Your Snecko. Yeah, dramatic entrance. Dark Shackles is somewhat weird. Because we cannot play it right away. Yeah, corruption cancels out Snecko. Here you go, eat this. So, 5 block. This is not a scaling fight. I keep my 5 block. Ach, we are not even getting Snecko. Nah, whatever. Okay. It doesn't proc twice. No, it doesn't proc twice. That doesn't matter, right? Or does it matter? I don't know. Probably not so much. So... Maybe you also don't need to play the second one if it's not needed to play it. If it's not needed to be played, but... I don't know. It's a card. It's a card for 1 life. I don't see that we don't play that. But I'm also very happy that we took the rest place for the, you know. And now it's really good because I think at this point we have at this point we basically guarantee that at this point we basically guarantee that That resting is positive, yeah? Also we always rest because of the toxic egg. Resting is better than upgrade. And if resting is better than upgrade, what rupture plus we can also take if you do that. If resting is always better than upgrade, then ja, also everything perfect, ja. Okay. So, was ist jetzt hier los? Panic Button, okay. Und dann hier irgendwas. 15. Ja, Bloodletting kills, but we don't want that, right? Whatever. Good. So this is 2, the other one is only 1 or what? Also now we life plus 2 is better than 1. Than 3. So. No potion. Yeah, complete garbage halt. It's really good that you didn't decide for this. Just imagine. So after this, also okay, this probably cost. Also we would be at 24, and I'm pretty certain this cost 15. So we would be here at 9 life, and then we puke. Of course, we still have the potion, but you get the idea. So, Mayhem, good instincts, Discovery. Discovery probably better than Mayhem. I mean, this is a short fight, a fast fight? I don't know. Blocking Hex? We are blocking Hex, right? Maybe Mayhem is good. We have turn 1 guaranteed. So let's do Mayhem. Yeah, I just realized we could have also played instead of Mayhem we could I'm spewing. Panic Button would allow for Hex. Yeah, you mean if you play Panic Button we will get Hexed. Yeah. Why did I play Mayhem? Stupidity probably. Why stupidity? Naja, because this is a lot of block next turn. Ja, genau. So machen wir das. Nein, I don't know. I mean, Mayhem I just traded against 5 strength. Not exactly sure whether that was clever. I mean, it's okay, the 5 strength would have probably not mattered here, and that we always play 1 attack is also not that bad, right? So, whatever. I guess it's okay. So what do we have? Panic Button, something. 4 attacks on this bird. Can also farm this first. I don't think the bird has such significance. So you're rather wanting to farm the Chosen first. The bird sometimes is just not doing anything, so whatever. So what is that now? We have currently 12, 27, and we could use a Bloodletting to also inflict a strike there. Or we could just wait. I mean, the Bloodletting, we draw 6 cards anyways. Yeah, and the top card will get played anyway, so there's that. What I'm saying is there's no risk of ruin whatsoever. We just farm. Yeah, I'm pretty happy that I mean, it seems that we take damage in fights. So, I'm quite happy that we played how we played. There were people who wanted to take the Havoc being 1 energy. Now, at 1 energy I wasn't a fan. But, 0 energy is different from 1 energy. There's also an upgraded body slam, putting that aside, if that's the thing. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, we are also receiving 0 potions, which is a little bit sad. Naja, fight 0 also fight no potion, fight no potion. We would already need to have used this. Again, we would have probably been 40 less. This would have been really, really crappy here, everything. So, Body Slam and Havoc. Those are the 2 options here. Now, Havoc, again, on 1 energy I wasn't so certain. After Corruption is also... It's the same as a 1 energy Havoc, but before Corruption, obviously, we can use it to wreck Havoc. Wow. But sometimes it might just exhaust the wrong stuff. Naja, was heißt possible infinite? Also nowadays we have enough spot weakness that I do not mind exhausting something. But there's also Body Slam. And what Corruption Body Slam doesn't help against the boss. The boss we just like the boss is not a problem. Then there's a Body Slam. Currently we don't have the certainty to have upgraded attacks. We are also short on attacks. Pommel Strike into Body Slam is also positive. We still don't have infinite. We still need 2 cards for the infinite. So it's not only 1, but it's actually 2 cards for the infinite. And we also increase our block density more and more. So once the block density is very high, we would actually benefit from Body Slam. And also the later the game, the better the Body Slam gets. So also with a lot of cards for Body Slam is better. Yeah. Also okay. What Self-Forming Clay gets only 3 block for this. It's only 1 instance of damage. But if you take the Body Slam, we do not even need to... if you take the Body Slam, we do not even need to take the 4th energy as well. Yeah, I don't know. Something tells me Body Slam is ganz gut eigentlich. Also opens up different options. Remove a card or upgrade all. Upgrade all means 1, 2, 3 upgrades and these 3. Removing Strike is super important, I feel. Especially now that we picked the Body Slam, removing Strike is even better. Yeah. Naja, now we can remove Strike. And Body Slam, yeah, basically. Naja, Upgrade all. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's auch gut. Upgrade all is auch good. Everything is good, yeah. It's just that, how much gold do we have? 168, which basically means soon we will go to the shop and then we remove the other Strike, right? So this Strike will get removed, this Strike will get removed, and Strikes are complete trash. So we have the option to upgrade 3 blocks. That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, upgrade 3 blocks is cool. No. It's also cool. Naja. If you remove the Strike, we will 1 time draw the Strike instead of a real card. So per shuffle, 1 time we draw instead of a real card, we draw a Strike. How bad is that? 6 block bad, 7 block bad. On the other hand, if you upgrade these 3, that's already worth 9 block. So that might already mitigate the 7 block bad. Most likely. And this is without calculating that we might redraw them into Corruption, and this is also without calculating that these Strikes do actually deal some damage. Why? Because we in average whatever have like 5, 6 strengths, and then this is actually dealing 11. Upgraded 20. And also the upgrades on the Strike, so probably upgrade is just better. Yeah, it makes for a very small loop, but you need to get into that loop first. And I believe that this is getting us into the loop more often than the loop actually then we actually do benefit from the loop. Pretty certain about that. Yeah, we can just sit her out if we kill the cultist first. Yeah, here for example, already more damage. Yeah, we can also click the burning. We can also click any burning pact and any true grit upgrade. That's a very good point. So all these strikes, if you remove these strikes, any true grit and any Burning Pact is also going down in value. Yeah, while currently we do not have that issue. Okay, one brutality was clear, is the second one also clear? Yeah, I think so. I mean, 1 life for 1 extra card. I think it's just too cheap not to do that. I'm pretty certain there are iterations. I'm very certain that there are iterations where this saves his life. Simple as that. Come at us, bro! Hyper card draw loop. Hyper card draw. Oh, wait, there was something. Okay, good. Strength potion, 4 strengths. True Grit Plus. The belt of evil and iron. Rest. Or recall. Actually, recall is stronger, right? Then we can rest at the end of Act 3. Recall should be stronger. What do we do against the champ? We wait, we stall into... The life total is enough, right? Against the champ. We might use a potion, I don't know. We already saw the coffee dripper, so we will always be able to rest. You like the recall? Yeah, rest is good. Ja, genau. Das können wir gerne machen. So, Trip. Enlightenment. Trip. Enlightenment. Trip. I don't know, like both are not working, so whatever. I don't even know what we want and what we don't want, honestly. By the way, the elite was also less important because any sustain relic is also not good for us. We didn't need any sustain relic. What you doubt we need corruption? Naja, was heißt... Also... I assume body slam is good enough. But I also assume that defend is not. Honestly, I don't know what we should do here. Yeah. Body slam also doesn't need to be played. We can play that or we cannot play it, whatever. Like this we also game block, so that's fine. Okay. So, about this corruption thing. So you're saying we don't want corruption. But why not? I mean, this is already 6 strength, it's 8 strength. So you think we need more than 8 strength? Then we can also wait 1 time. Yeah, we could also wait 1 iteration, is okay. But then we probably just will play the corruption. I'm pretty certain we will just play the corruption then. But yeah, we can wait a little bit. I mean, that's for certain. So there's 1-time panic button. If you play the panic button, we do not receive any block. So is it a problem to not receive any block? Yeah, we have the blood potion in the worst case. And 1 brutality is enough. And yeah, we could use the panic button because either this doesn't attack us. It's a small attack and we have Abacus anyways. So I believe this is probably correct. Yeah. Yeah, this is unreal. Okay. So bloodletting. I pretty said everything. So. Yeah, now that we draw 6 cards, we are much better off. Yeah, spot weakness, genau. I don't know, this, and if you draw something, bloodletting, otherwise not. Ja, True Grit Trip ist halt auch. Weiß gar nicht. I mean, we just want to play the corruption, right? I mean, and we probably should have done that already. Cool. Alright. So, what triggered the corruption? I don't know. Ich glaube ich nicht, ne. How many real cards do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. With 1 brutality we already draw everything. So we could also exhaust the brutality here. Now we go to 8. Yeah, the blood potion. I'm spewing. I don't like it if I spew. It's not so cool. Yeah, this is definitely spew town currently and I don't like it. Yeah. $240. Oh, weakness. Oh yeah, now this okay. Yeah, we are weakened, but everything deals enough damage anyways. So we should just go for it. Also, that we do not have enough damage is insanely unlikely. Oh. Yeah, the blood potion probably needs to die. What a pity. Really sad because of it, but yeah. 66 or what do we? Yeah, 66. Cool. So, yeah. Maybe we can do it without. So what is the order? Yeah, I can track it off first. It doesn't matter. Bash is very good. Bash might give us the option to save the heal potion. Yeah, we have. So cool. I just double check because I don't want to die if I use the bloodletting. So, also it was never close, yeah. We have bailout potion here, yeah. I was just saying. And this cycles itself, so that throw was guaranteed. And this also is a little bit of damage if we need that, and then we also have still this, but yeah. So, this goes to 1, is that correct? I just want to double check, because otherwise, you know, we would just die. And this is also enough, yeah? Ja, perfekt, oder? Ja, super. Alles perfekt. Huh? Yeah. Good. Yeah, the demon form is complete crap, ne? And then there's Fiendfire and Brutality. Yeah, perfect life utilization, right? Yeah. And also here, like Night also, yeah. Real, like everything good. Yeah. Really nice. Yeah, and even if I think there was, ja doch, also einfach gut. What is another blood? Ich glaube, das dritte Brutality is not so good, but Fiendfire is Fiendfire, I think. We can never upgrade it though, no? Fiendfire is really weird with double bloodletting in the deck and such. Also with the skills we don't want to exhaust. You want triple brutality? I'm really thinking about it, honestly. But triple brutality cannot be good. I don't know. I mean, the first one is of course very good, but what if you draw 2 or 3 brutalities into the same hand? I mean, that's usually pretty sad. Fiendfire with strength works, but we do not have enough card draw to justify that. Maybe we do. And if you have too much energy, we can just Fiendfire the garbage, like the bloodletting. We also have more draw because of this. We are still on 3 energy at the moment. It works with this. And we can also play our stuff first. If you really have bloodletting and energy, we can spend first and then exhaust what we don't want. That Fiendfire's negative is very rare, right? It gives us flexibility with... also removes status effects. Yeah, I take that. Okay. So there's Fusion Hammer, Astrolabe, and Cage. Cage is complete trash, I feel. Like always. Astrolabe is possible. We could convert 3 strikes, but it's less good because it's Strike Plus. And Strike Plus, Astrolabing Strike Plus is less good. We want to remove one of these anyways. Maybe 2. So it looks really weird. Fusion Hammer after recalling. You are not only recalled. What recall? Oh yeah, recalled. Nee, Fusion Hammer means we cannot smith. We don't want to smith. It's free energy. It's free energy. But the question is, do you want free energy? Yeah, free energy cannot be that bad, right? Okay. So, Fusion Hammer is like what we want. Yeah, then let's take it. We need to go here. There is something about the shop here. So we could go here for normalities. Yeah, let's just do that. And energy also leaves us possibilities like Apotheosis, for example. Do we want that even? Yeah. No. Probably better to take this. Whereas the first potion use is also free. Actually, it's not. We would use this before we use potion, right? Or strength potion is also pretty crap. Yeah, so this is not a fight we should take serious, right? So like this. Given that we shouldn't take the fight serious, we are just taking damage. But yeah, okay, cool. I mean, if this would be upgraded, I don't know, we wouldn't take much less, but yeah. So what was that? Strength doesn't matter here. So we can just use the blood potion. It's not even that effective, right? The blood potion. Like in the worst case, we just take that card. This panic button. No potion, fine. Oh, intimidate upgraded. Do we have 0 weakness sources at the moment? Wow, then it's really good. The shop is not bad if you don't find anything, but if you find something, it's even better. Dame. Why did we not take the brutality? Okay, so he wants the gold. We never give him the gold. So he wants the power potion. The power potions are 2 power potions. Yeah, or we give him the brutality, we weren't sure anyways. I'm not even sure whether we weren't sure. Were we not sure? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, the first brutality is super good. So I don't even know. Goodbye brutality, why? I don't know. Do we need 2? No, we don't necessarily need 2, but... also not the worst. I took it pretty quickly. Then we did the second brutality. Naja, the first brutality is straight up positive. Give him a potion. Oh, but we can always drink the blood potion on demand. I'm not sure about 2 power potions. It's also not... a power potion is the strongest potion we have. I'm not sure about the potion. But on the other hand, artifact means every strength potion or every dexterity potion becomes also really strong. But I think I just give him the brutality most likely. Attack. Yeah. It depends. If you want to learn, you go to Lifecoach. If you want to laugh, you go to Hamas. What? You cannot laugh in my stream or what? Well, what's that? Huh? Am I not a funny dude or what? Unbelievable. Huh? Okay. Do we face the bird? No. Oh. I got a corona vaccination, by the way, today. My last one is already too long ago. I really wonder whether I will be able to stream tomorrow. Let's check that out. Last time I felt like miserable for half a day or something. No, my third one. No. Am I upgrading to 6G? Yeah. Yeah, if I get my corona vaccination, at least the government knows where I am at every single point of time. Pretty cool. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, cool. So, the microchips are running out of battery. That's right, yeah. After half a year. Yeah. Yeah. Some vaccinations are also worse than the others, right? Like, for example, the vaccination which comes from China probably is less effective. Yeah, need to be renewed more often because the battery is not as strong. So, yeah, sure, guys, sure. Right? Alright, also, nee, I'm not so sure about the brutality. It might really be the power potion. But it's also power potion. You know how sick power? How sick is a power potion, guys? Yeah, it's sick, man. Power potions are strong, right? Power potion is strong, right? It's really good. On the Ironclad, is really good, right? Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah, okay, yeah, come. Thank you. Yeah, sadistic nature, super. Yeah, look at this. Whoa! Bam! So dumm. So stupid. Okay. Was ist jetzt hier los? 18. Ja, I'm with. Whether we can even use the 3 charges? What do I know? Corruption, spot weakness. Let's rather hope that we don't get like 60 into our face here if I see this crap. Ha! Okay. Oh my god. Oh, it kills one. It kills one. You think you don't. Haha, sadistic nature. Oh, pretty good. Das ist so dumm. Okay, wow. Das ist richtig dumm. Okay. Sadistic is so sick. Yeah, the sadistic is really good, guys. It's really good, the sadistic nature. Okay, I know Potion again, great. Oh, Trugit, hey. Ich weiß auch, mit Fiendfire kann doch gar nicht gut sein, wenn wir hier das. Okay. Ja, machen wir so. Also, what are you saying? The 3 charges. Ja, keine Ahnung, mal gucken. Also, I'm not using it here. Drop 315 is perfectly fine. Waffle. Waffle. What? Pummel with 8 strengths, oder was? Ja, und jetzt? Ist das jetzt wieder diese... Is it we really like pipe dream here again? Why not pummel with all the strengths? Did you miss the game plan? The game plan currently is exhausting to low and then like looping into big power. Like to looping and bam bam. Yeah. And pummel is no setup. Whereas true grid tapes are setup tremendous. Maybe I would have taken it for nothing. But against True Grid Plus, come on, guys. Hä? Revgen asked, do I ever feel burnout after playing the game for such a long time? Maybe I'm feeling burnout after reading too many chat suggestions. No, of course not, guys. I love you guys. Don't worry. Yeah. No, I'm fine. Like, with playing 1 per day, I'm feeling very good. Yeah, I'm feeling very good currently. I'm really thought about it. Okay, I can share a little bit here with you guys. So, I was really wondering whether I should even play Spire, like, or should even stream it. Because, you know, I mean, I was thinking, okay, maybe I do other stuff in my life. And so I learned Thai, as you all know. So I went to Thailand, learned Thai. And I'm also very happy with that. And my plans to come are also to learn Russian. I'm not very good at languages, you know. I'm better at, like, mathematical stuff. But then again, I feel that I want to have a change of scenery because, in my world, I actually achieved more than I wanted, more than I ever wanted in the mathematical areas. So there's also no challenge in that. I just don't see any challenges, at least not challenges which I would like to have. So it's this, right? So I went and learned languages, and this will be also the future. Like in 5 years, I plan to be fluent in whatever. I wanted to learn Turkish, the Russian language. Hier, wie sagt man, ja, Kroatisch, verschiedentlich, ja. Chinese, of course, as well. Japanese I can already. So, stuff like this, yeah. So, but mathematical achievement, yeah, I don't know whether mathematical achievement is even the right word, yeah. But, in like I played poker for, I mean, you all know I played poker around 7-8 years, and there were strong indications that I was the best player in poker, like in online poker, at least the one with the most earnings, from what I know. But if it's not, like, yeah, it's just like I don't have indication that it's different. In Hearthstone, as you all know, I mean, you can always argue about games like Hearthstone. We were the best in the ladder for a long time with the most ladder 1 finishes. We had the most tournament wins, the most major tournament wins, and we were also rank 1 in Gozo Gamers, like in the Gozo Gamer ranking in Hearthstone. So there is indication that we did achieve there. I just cut it, I know. It's like maybe not that interesting, so I just cut it very quickly. In Gwent, we won the first challenger, and we were also top of the ladder a long time. And what did we also play? I don't know, what was next? Artifact. Yeah, we had the best tournament score by far in Artifact. Also the best draft score in Artifact by far. What else? I don't know. Yeah, Farrier we only played 2 weeks, but we went like top 3 in Europe within 2 weeks. Slay the Spire, like always, it also tires me, you know. Like in Slay the Spire, I would argue we are currently definitely the best on the Ironclad. On the Watcher, we never had indication that it's different, but it also doesn't matter too much, you know. Even if I believe we are the best player in Slay the Spire, but it also doesn't matter, you know, because even if that would be the case, it wouldn't matter too much because it's really inflationary nowadays. It's not even increasing anything of my life, you know, like whether that's the case or not. So that's what I'm saying. But whatever, let's put this aside. But what I actually wanted to say is that I was really thinking, okay, should I stream or not? And because I also have the feeling that, and I thematize it very often, right? That I don't have the feeling that people do see how much work and effort I put into Slay the Spire, right? For example, like putting anywhere, right? And while in poker it paid a lot of money, so everything you see comes from, it's basically like in poker it was very clear, you know, like if somebody said, you're not that good, then you were, okay, let's play, and then like afterwards you're $500,000 richer, right? So that's pretty cool. Here in Slay the Spire, okay, somebody trash talks to you, you're like, yeah, okay, whatever, you know, but it's not that you take away money from him or something like this. Like there's no money transaction for that, right? So effectively it doesn't really change much in my life, and yeah, but I was really thinking about it, and I just tell you the conclusion. My conclusion was that I do not stress myself anywhere, even a little bit out. So I only play if I really want to play, and only then. And also play roughly the same amount I would play myself if I would not stream. Yeah, and then I'm sharing that, and everyone who wants to watch can watch. Everybody who doesn't want to watch, I don't care. And if it's good for you guys, I enjoy it. If not, you know, like it's your choice, you know. It's just like I share it, and for those who want to watch, that's fine with me. And of course, like always, the other stuff still persists. So there's no paywall. It's free for everybody. You don't need to pay money to be able to chat. You also do not need to be afraid that if you contribute, you're always welcome. I mean, it's not always the same in other channels necessarily, yeah. I mean, some might hate backseating, but also some might even hate the discussion. That's not the case here. I really appreciate any kind of discussion and also criticism, honestly. I'm very open to criticism if it comes from people I respect. Yeah? And I usually respect you if you are not full of shit. Or if you're like coming into the chat as the first, you know, and your first action is to criticize. I mean, that's of course different. But I know you guys. I know guys which are like, in comparison to other streamers, probably I know a lot of you guys like by name. And if I receive criticism, I always take it to my heart. Yeah, I would usually not think, okay, like I'm flawless and criticism, fuck you. But for me, it's really if there's criticism which is which has a foundation, you know, then I would be the last person, because I think it's very, very, very good to have that, you know, and because you cannot always be perfect, and sometimes you might do dumb stuff. And if somebody comes and say, hey, you're doing dumb stuff right now, it's very helpful to have those people around you. And having an environment of fear where nobody can actually talk their mind, yeah, is very bad. And I'm not talking about toxic people. I mean, obviously, I don't want toxic people talking their mind or speaking their mind. Yeah, but it's very easy to distinct, I feel. And I'm also very happy. And I also talk, like, every week I talk 2 or 3 times with my wife about it, yeah, that I'm actually baffled by the high quality of my chat. I mean, maybe I'm just talking myself into something here, but I really believe that this is true. Yeah, maybe I just want to believe it, but I really believe that it's phenomenal that I don't have a paywall chat, where I do not need to ban people, where I do not need to time out people, where I do not even need to have a moderator. With this size, I wouldn't know a second. Honestly, I wouldn't know a second channel on Twitch which does have that, which has over 1,000 watchers on a permanent base with no mods, no timeouts, no bans. I have not seen that. And I'm very happy about that as well. Yeah, it just, and that's probably also one of the reasons why I just continue to stream, because I'm so happy about those facts. Yeah, it's really good. Okay, so na gut, continuing in the Spire. I don't even know how we came to this discussion, but yeah. So what would you like to have? We can buy 18 HP. By buying a potion. If you think one of these potions is very strong, we could also do this, but I don't know. I don't even want to spend so much gold for that. Hey, Blueberry, thanks very much for your sub, man. Only remove here? Okay, remove is clear, yeah? Remove strike is super obvious. Is it super obvious? I don't even know. I just clicked it. Right. So, yeah, stuff like entrench, probably not. Most likely. Scales is good here. Scales goes against our scaling. I don't think that scales is any good. Any potion is weird, because if you receive plus 10 strength or plus 10 dexterity, the ancient potion will be super good. You could make an argument that it's much less good because we already have Clockwork Souvenir. But do you really want to ditch this potion? I don't know. Is it good against the heart? I don't think we need it against the heart. I would rather like to have the monetas. And then we have the strength against the heart. Or do you think against... No, I don't mind about the heart. Maybe we should really just save our money. Or we can also gain 18 HP if we don't want to save our money. I mean, we can fly, so why not just go here, here, fly one. Elites, is elites good for us or not? Probably it's good for us, right? There's 4 strength. Strength is also really lousy, I don't know. But yeah, maybe we should just use those things. Yeah, maybe we should just use those things. Okay, can we... Okay, this is a very good potion. This can be very good. The strength potion is complete crap, right? Yeah, the strength potion is complete garbage. Honestly, why not just ditch the strength potion, buy this potion for insurance, and then use that potion once we find a new one? That makes a lot of sense. You don't see how saving the money could be detrimental? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also. Huh? No, I think we already have hard solutions. So... We also have Fusion Hammer. What, didn't we make the argument strength is our best potion? No. Okay. If this is giant head, it's not that problem. Oh, we could also question mark and then fly. We still haven't seen Mind Bloom, so I could see this. Question mark, fly. Yeah, like this, yeah. Could do. Yeah, but okay. Other question: if we buy this here now, 130, we can trade 130 against the mask. I don't even see that shop. Yeah, don't know. Ah, also golden idols 333, guys. Come on, 333, man. Ah, yeah, man. It's raining gold, guys. Okay, so violence. Is that true? Probably. This gives bash and Fiendfire too. Yeah, bloodletting can be exhausted, I feel, with 4 energy. Yeah, the other question would be, do we want to play corruption? I mean, that's of course also the other question. We could also just Fiendfire it, actually. And intimidate. I mean, this is 10 each, so there is a world where we... This is 4 strength, by the way. What Red Dementor and Shield Spare can be dangerous with the bad draw for this deck. Yeah, even. And then we have full HP. Then we have full HP possibility here. So maybe not so bad. So what did you say now about this? Yeah, so Intimidate is 1 weakness for 10. Ah, this happens for sure. And Fiendfire also in second iteration is way better. But we don't want Bloodletting, right? And we can play Corruption, yes, no, maybe? If we have 10 strengths, do we really think it's not enough? It would really surprise me if this wouldn't be enough. Yeah, 36, heavy hitter here. No, pretty good block here. Pretty good. Okay. So, what's Rugged of the Star? Ja, das ist halt ein bisschen sad halt. We still have Panic Button though. Bloodletting can exhaust for 3. Is block into next turn if we want that. Maybe we don't want that. I don't know. Not so clear. Oh, 49. The heat increases. So, ja, also was weiß ich halt. What is intangible? There's Panic Button. We could block full with Panic Button if we want that. We could also get rid of the burn. I think we should do that. And yeah, Panic Button, what is that? Ja, kann man schon machen, oder? Cannot be so bad. Ja, I mean, es ist schon ein bisschen... Kommt halt schon ein bisschen auf den Draw an hier. Kommt halt schon ein bisschen auf den Draw an halt, ne? Can go south very quickly. No, we still have this as an option. But now... it's really bad. Maybe, I don't even know. Maybe we should use the regen potion here. Yeah. I mean, this is still probably better than regen. We cannot even get like full value of regen usually anyways. So might as well do this here. If that's the thing. Because this gives us the option to decide. Ja. Ja, ich meine, so, irgendwie ist das hier gerade schon ein bisschen komisch. Wieso haben wir denn gerade so einen Struggle auf einmal wieder? Wegen den Burns oder was? Also okay. So Fiendfire is a solution, but later. Yeah, I would just do this, right? And then not Fiendfire or what? Fiendfire is 3 damage. How much is that? 2 attacks for 8 strength. 1725 each, like 50. Bring it to 95. Yeah, Fiendfire just kills later. Or what? For all attacks and intangible turns. Yeah, and I'm on it. Yeah, we get Abacus, double strike. So what is better? Is it better to... It's just like Fiendfire in the attack turn is lethal. So... Fiendfire is how we kill. Yeah, but you could also say that... That's probably yes. Yeah. We can even exhaust the burns or what? Ich meine, yeah. Also you're basically saying Fiendfire is lethal. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's cool, right? Yeah. Probably do that. Yeah. Ah, now he puts burns. The fool. He doesn't know. And we have now what? 18 block? This is so stupid. Hey, man, hey. Und was ist jetzt hier? 8 block, okay. So 8 now. Hey, 49, Mann, komm. Ach, jetzt komm. Ach, das ist doch scheiße, Mann. Okay. Ja, müssen wir halt sowas trinken hier halt, ja. Okay, cool. Ja. Wow. Yeah, now we kill with Fiendfire. Yeah. Bash Fiendfire for win. 18. And then this, oder was? I mean, that cost... Ja, der Boot now, komm jetzt. Jetzt kommt der freaking Boot vorbei. Hey, da müssen wir jetzt, okay. Potion buy. Maybe might have solved, might have saved. The potion buy might have saved. Double tap, Pommel Strike, double tap Body Slam, double tap Bash, double tap Iron Wave. I don't know. Double tap is upgraded, could take. Burn 45, Burn 45. Ja, das war schon ziemlich sad. Ja, was ist denn jetzt hier los? I suddenly with 18 HP, I'm suddenly much less happy about the elite. I'm suddenly thinking maybe this might be much better. And maybe we don't want the enemy, but yeah, we will see. So, what the potion by saved us? Ja, eben. Ja. Das ist genau, that's exactly the point, yeah. Yeah, we could fly 2 times, yeah. I mean, what do we have the boots for, right? If not for this. And then we would go here, and if we are still having trouble with our life, we can go here and heal, because we already took the key. Yeah? And then we can still decide for this and this without using the boots, and then we can heal again. Wow. Okay, cool. Should we do that, or are we not afraid of the monster here? Monster 18 could go... They can usually not go wrong. But question mark can also go less wrong than the monster. So... And we still have 2 question marks, which are insanely good for us, so let's go question mark. Oh, this could also be a shop. And if this is a shop, we would not even need to fly. Okay, so yeah, interact and boom, go to 8. Cool. So, Forethought, nah. They go 0 until the... Ja, Flash of Steel hier, guck mal. Really... Oh, Flash of Steel, the second one. Flash of Steel ist halt komplett krank sick, man. Flash of Steel ist like ultimate sick, ja. Super sick, was 44, 41. Ja, Flash of Steel super sick, ne? Flash of Steel 3 damage, Strength 6, 9, 11, 13. Hyper Omega, Flash of Steel 13, Vulnerable 19. Killing the enemies, not having the downside of card draw. Once we boil down the deck, infinite block, infinite block. Against anything which doesn't shuffle status effect, we just face the dude with shuffle status effects. Mega Omega boot before strength gain. And last but not least, double tap. Yeah, it's a freaking no-brainer. It's not even close. And then we have here Trip, Chrysalis, Jack of all trades. Jack of all trades seems to be the strongest here. The skills we will receive we can then exhaust with the corruption. Jack of all trades seems to be the strongest by far. Chrysalis with corruption? No, that doesn't make sense. But Jack of all trades is a super good. Serenity. So, yeah, the shop for 500. Or we go to the rest place and heal first. But the shop seems nice because I have the feeling that we could spend 1200. Remove on strike is of utmost importance. Replenishing potions is of utmost importance. And once we replenish potions, we can also go here. If we spend all the gold, we can even take a red mask. So, yeah, there are a lot of reasons why this is good. Yes! This is one of the reasons! Swipe the card! Swipe the card! Lee's Waffle, yeah, but Waffle is gone, yeah. Yeah, normal fights is weird. I mean, we also don't even have that many normals left. If we go here, we have one normal left, so that can not be. Feel no pain is what? Pock? Feel no pain, really? I don't know. First of all, I'm pretty certain that every strike is complete garbage. So let's remove this strike first of all. I'm not even sure whether that's true, but yeah, whatever. So, yeah. I don't even know about Bandage Up. Bandage Up comes upgraded. Oh yeah, yeah. There's 10 dexterity sitting here. Yeah, I like 10 dexterity. We don't even need this for the 10 dexterity. We can just take the 10 dexterity. Yeah, I would even buy a Swift potion for safety. I see no reason why we shouldn't buy the safety. 0. Yeah, then there is also stuff like this, of course. Could also buy Lantern. We could also just spend all our gold. Again, Red Mask is possible then. 1 event for Red Mask. Possibly 2. It's okay. So you won't feel no pain or what? Huh. A Lantern is certainly good. What feel no pain you say is good or what? Why? Ah, Fiendfire also exhaust. Corruption also exhaust. I can see that. Can also possibly duplicate that, right? We cannot buy... Huh. And you're saying Sentinel or what? Sentinel is 8 block. If this card is exhausted, gains 3 energy. But after Feel No Pain, Fiendfire, that's not good. We can combine it with True Grit sometimes, but that's about it. Corruption, of course, gives 3 energy. And we might have too many True Grits, right? So if we buy it, it's probably Sentinel. Can we buy Bandage Up and Sentinel? I mean, that would be amazing. Yeah, we can. Cool. Okay, awesome. Key. Can we die if we fight? Okay. So Hexaghost is not a problem. Guardian, we have bailout potion. Okay, let's fight. What a wait. Heal to full. What? Heal to full. What are we talking about? So weak. You want to take weak. Not discovery. Ha, the boot strike once again. Okay. Also, wie ist das jetzt hier gerade? Also, Brutality is schon probably good, right? Also, wie. Ja. Oh! Oh! Bandage up! Oh, is that a bandage up? Bling, bling, bling. Oh, I'm so wounded. Oh, that's just bandage up. Gar kein Problem. Just bandage it up, Mann. Ja, es. Also. The question is how vulnerable we are. And depending on that, we... Gar kein Problem, ja, genau. Nein, 6 cards is probably schon better, or? I mean, 6 cards, I'm pretty certain there are some draws that drag us. Let's play the freaking Brutality. And then what is this? Like this, yeah. There are probably no draws which wreck us, but it's also the 1 damage gives also 3 blocks, so there's that. Yeah, we can never bloodletting, but yeah. See this? Trip. Forget the bloodletting. Maybe I should have trucked first. Crap. Forget the bloodletting. There's a 0 chance that we will do the bloodletting thing. So corruption accelerates the entire, which we should play. Yeah. Boom! Artifacted! Hey, stop, man! Was ist denn das hier? Oh. Okay. Also Intimidate halt. Dann das da. Das da, whatever, it doesn't matter. Ja, das Block can probably give away the block. Whether we could have saved hates by not playing Brutality. Yeah, and then we miss, and we also don't receive 3 block per turn, and we also redraw the Brutality. So probably rather not. Yeah, probably rather not. I think I like where we are. So here, 4. We would probably even maybe die, but bandage it up. Okay. Na gut, komm. Pommel, shrug it off. Flash of Steel. Iron Wave. Right. I don't know about this. Double tap bash oder was? And your next 2 attacks are played twice. Alright. Boom! Bring! Thread and needle, how is it? Yeah, better than nothing, yeah. Shockwave plus. Target of plus, Shockwave plus. Yeah, Shockwave. 5 turns of freaking weakness. Super geil. 5 turns of vulnerable. Also super good, ne? Oh, boots are gone. Yeah, Shockwave. Oh, everything is coming together. Permanent vulnerable, permanent weakness. Yeah, pretty good. We need to go here. Ring! 20 HP, give me this. Yeah, body slam. Yeah, pretty good if I take... I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just spewing the big time here. What slam you want? Because we have so much block, right? Is that so? I mean, we still only draw 5 cards per turn. I also definitely want to do this fight, right? We can definitely use a potion in this fight. Without any regret. This is either Giant Head. What is if it's Giant Head? Yeah, with Giant Head, we draw 6 cards per turn and we completely crush this Giant Head. Also with like a lot of attacks, we even heal here, we heal here, and with Bailout. And what is if it's a Snake Lady? If it's Snake Lady, we would really also like to have Body Slam, right? Because then we have option to draw 6. And then crush the Snake Lady. This is basically free roll 50-50. Not only is it free roll 50-50, but it gives us more options. Because we saw Mind Bloom already, we don't necessarily need to focus fire on this guy. We can just like do this, get a card and rest. Probably even better. Yeah, and if it's Snake Lady, we can even use the Power Potion. I don't know. Also I would just... I don't think that's so bad. Thread and Needle with Body Slam, yeah, but it doesn't work. Is Flex Plus? What? Flex Plus? Can I get my... What? What Flex Plus? What do you mean Flex Plus? What about the Flex Plus? Welcher Flex Plus denn? Worum geht's denn hier gerade? Welcher Flex Plus denn? Welcher fucking Flex Plus? Worum reden wir denn hier gerade? Hey, sag ich, I'm losing brain cells hier. Welcher Flex Plus denn? Or are you just like asking about a random card which is not in our deck? Like, ich meine, wollt ihr mich eigentlich verarschen? Hey, okay. Na schön. Das war ja richtig guter Input. So. The second what? That was a fucking card choice. Man, nein, hey. Nein, den wollen wir nicht haben. Der Body Slam. We want to have the Body Slam, guys. Give me back my freaking Body Slam. There was a freaking Body Slam Plus, Mann. Hey. Oh mein Gott, Mann. Okay, kein Problem. Das war ja natürlich mein Fault mal wieder. Weil ich den Chat gelesen habe. Das war so fucking dumm, den Chat zu lesen. Okay. Na gut. Ja, nee, Body Slam Plus wäre schon gut gewesen. Doch, ja, doch. Das wäre schon gut gewesen. Der Body Slam Plus. Hey. Oh Mann, hey. Nein, hier wird nicht gesaved und quittet. Wenn ich so scheiße blöd bin, dann passt das schon. Okay. Was ist denn jetzt mit der Snake Lady? Ja, jetzt wird es gerade schwerer. Ja, geil. Jetzt wird es schwerer. Jetzt ist halt nicht mehr so einfach mit der Snake Lady. Ja, super. Scheiße, Mann. Oh. Also 16 Kotzen. Oh Mann, ey. Ja, es ist nervig. Ja, was ist denn mit der Snake Lady? How expensive is the Snake Lady? We have this. We can use this. This is definitely bailing us out in any case. So probably not very expensive, right? Or not expensive enough at least. We also need a freaking 30 gold. Yeah, cannot be expensive enough, I think. Ah, freaking Snake Lady 3D is Snake Lady. Yeah, Flash of Steel is of course pretty good. I'm not exactly sure whether it's not better to have Impatience. Impatience is probably better in our case. Yeah, we have such a low attack density, this is probably pretty good. Thinking Ahead is also a possibility. Maybe Thinking Ahead might even be better. Play all the card draw first. Yeah, let's play this first. Sure. Okay, so. Surft ja wie am Schnürchen. Okay. Yeah, Dark Shackles on top is of course pretty sick. So I think Dark Shackles will also be on the top. Ah yeah, there's also something feel no pain. Dark Shackle's top is just good. Shockwave is this. Frugal defense. Probably Frugal bloodletting. Like this. Miss 3 block, yeah, but we don't preserve block, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, no multi-attack is a little bit sad. Okay. So what are we looking at? Do we want to focus fire these or do we want to focus fire these? If you want to save more life, we should focus fire these. If we do not mind the wound. Do we mind the wound? Do we not mind the wound? Honestly, I don't know. We can probably do this and then still see. Okay. Ah yeah, Shackles always goes on her. No, that's actually not true. Yeah. So Flash of Steel this and see or what? And then Corruption. Bash is 19. Shackles would mean 3 block, Intimidate. Oh, actually it didn't matter. But yeah, whatever. So what is currently going on? What? Draw potion or what? Why? This is 11 blocks, so 17. So we take currently 26. You're saying we take too much, right? But draw potion is very powerful, no? Oh, you're saying it's less powerful than the power potion, especially with corruption in the hand. And this means we can just use this and then we can use... Okay. Power potion reserved for the heart maybe, because power is insanely powerful against the heart. But can also be used against the time meter if we are really... If we, for example, took too much damage and now we face the time meter, we can also use it against the time meter. Powers are also very powerful against the time meter. Artifacts are very powerful against the heart. We can just use it to not have frail, not vulnerable, and can also use it for potential, like, panic button. Dexterity is usually against the heart with artifact, but we could also use it maybe against others if we are really in danger. Yeah, Swift Potion here seems nice, yeah. I can see that. So, yeah, Swift Potion basically says we solve the fight, and if we find a potion, it would also be super sad if we don't do that, right? Bloodletting I definitely use. Can play in Flame. Of course, we can exhaust these if you want that. Now we don't take damage. Inflame has to be probably good enough. Now I would have liked to... Yeah, under these circumstances, obviously, I would have liked to let this dagger alive, but it's too late now. Right. So we could double tap, double Flash of Steel, for example, if we wanted. Could, for example, kill the back dagger, but we could also just focus fire the snake lady. I have the feeling that we have more than enough blocks, so... I could have also double body slam. I wasn't sure what was better there. And then we have what? This is 63 and this is also a lot. So it's lethal or what? Yeah, that looks pretty much like lethal to me. Yeah, that we use the potion doesn't matter, because if we would have found the potion, we would have needed to ditch a potion. And we said this is super good, this is super good, this can be very good, or at least it's good. And we would have needed to ditch a potion. Like, I'm happy. Ice Cream, you say it's good or what? Ice Cream? I don't know. Oh, Brutality came back. The Lost Child, guys. So... Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind to rest. If we rest, we definitely go into this fight with full HP, but... if we would do this and this, we cannot guarantee that. Resting is... yeah, it's just good. I don't even want to use a potion here. Yeah, let's rest. Bring. Evolve Plus, ja, das ist auch super gut. Da ist ja mega gut euer Evolved Plus, oder? Da ist ja auch mega gut. Muss gut sein, muss gut sein. Ist ja auch mega gut. Ja, diesmal ditch ich's nicht, Mann. Hey. Ah, ich bin schon... Attack. Ja, perfekt. Attack means bash. Thinking ahead means panic button. Could also be different, but I don't know. We will see. I mean now, yeah, we have artifact for that. We could also put on top True Grid on top. Yeah, or spot weakness, I don't know. Yeah, maybe spot weakness is better on top, like this. Okay, cool. Artifact. Boom, negated. Boah, das ist so stark, wie wir das hier gerade runterspielen. Ja, guck mal. Bandage full HP again. And we spot your weakness. Ja, cool. So, nee, super, wie das hier läuft. Ja, so. Ja, gut, einfach so. Yeah, it's also so good that we do not yeah, super good that we do not need to use a potion here as well. Einfach gut. Was ist jetzt hier los? Corruption oder was? Yeah! Boom! And the potion belt is filled again. With good stuff. Shrugget of Sick, man. Elf Block, Draw a Card, Exhaust, Dings, Dunks hier, Corruption, super duper, ne? Ja, super. Und was hier? Geht nicht. Spewed 1? What do you mean Spewed 1? Spewed nothing, oder? One Life? Nee, ist wieder 19. Hier ist Skip, oder? Das ist Müll. Ja, Artifact. Start with Artifact. Thinking ahead is probably the best. Yeah, Hand of Greed comes down anyways. Discovery? I don't know. Demon form. Oh, by the way, we have exactly the money to buy a potion in the next shop. So we could use a potion. There's also Battle Trance. Immolate is crap, yeah. Also we have Demon Form, Battle Trance. Demon Form seems to be legit. Because... yeah, because it's just scaling in turn 1. Good enough. We have even 134 gold, thanks. Thanks for reminding. I do not mind the Demon Form. I mean, in this turn we can still block, right? We can still block 8, 12, so we take 12. Yeah, and that's okay, yeah. And afterwards we are fine. So, think ahead. Also, what do we want to play? Block, block, feel no pain, spot weakness. Block, block, feel no pain, spot weakness, right? Yeah. Also, Demon Form is clear. Feel no pain is clear. Defend, defend. And spot weakness, ja, genau. and clay and 2 strength. Brutality is clear. Flash of Steel is clear. Could play spot weakness first, but I don't think it matters. Block, block. Also spot weakness, block, block. No. Yeah, like this we also make sure that the 6 life are also legit. These 6 life. Okay, so this first. Could inflame first. Oh, shrug it off first. Another brutality. Intimidate, shockwave, huh? Weird. Bandage up needs to be, because also feel no pain. Intimidate, of course. Nice. Ja, also Shockwave halt. Yeah, just tripping so many artifacts while blocking. And then we have Fiendfire here, which we could use for blocking purposes. If we do Fiendfire, we have full block. We got also Brutality first, but we already have one and then we would not fully block. Is 1 Brutality online good enough? Drawing 6 cards should be enough, but we will get 30. Yeah, should be enough. I don't think this is. It's just too good, right? It's just too good. 36 already, not that we care. Shrug it off. Evolve, also very potent. The Corruption, yeah, maybe I should have known. Oh my god. Achso, oh ja, achso, wir haben noch gar nicht Corruption. Achso, oh. There was something. Okay, ah yeah. That's right. I forgot. Okay, so 26, 28, or we can fully block with this. Awkward, you mean this? No, that's okay. I don't mind it. I mean, Demon Form makes us also stronger. And we either block or we kill. So it's not too, it's not a big issue. Really not. I mean, even if we take damage, we also heal, like we get more block next turn. There's still panic buttons or whatever. Okay. So what is up? Yeah, do this. For the body slam, but whatever. Honestly, I don't even know whether Corruption is probably okay. This Corruption or was, and take last time that we take any damage. Probably okay. Was war jetzt hier? Panic Button, Artifact, Body Slam. Body Slam this. Bloodletting with Ice Cream always. Yeah, we now have Bloodletting with Ice Cream, right? That's also interesting. It's true. Is it lethal? We can try. No. It's not. Okay. So, we can take 1 damage if we leave it this way. Probably good. I don't mind it. As long as we don't die in the fights, we are fine. So, this is still not lethal. Do we have to anything to set up, or does it not matter? No greed. Yeah, the Hand of Greed, Yo! Time Eater. What Apple? You say Apple is good or what? Not really, right? Mayhem should be way stronger. Corruption. Then we can do the Sentinel thing. We could have spot weakness first, I don't know. I don't think so, right? No, probably not. Yeah, we want to Mayhem, for sure. We have 21, we take 11. We definitely don't want to use a potion if it's not needed. Interesting. Target of Pain is important, Evolve is important. We could play 3 more cards here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, let's do that. Boom, fully block. Next turn. Jack of all trades. Yeah, get Madness on the Pommel Strike, so super. Pommel Strike. Spot weakness. Another 3 strength. Double tap. Flash of Steel. She has 2 strength though, right? What we got our Infinite? Yeah, mal gucken, I don't know. Achso, du meinst with this? Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, if you receive another attack. Yeah, not ideal. Also we could use double bloodletting. Also we could use Shrug It Off and then double bloodletting, or we could use finesse double bloodletting, probably. Yeah, intimidate. I don't even know. And bloodletting, no? Okay, like this. Mal gucken. Inflame. Okay, so a Shockwave is super, Bandage is super, 4 strength already though, and we have 8 strength. 8 strength. We have a lot of card draws, so that should usually not be a problem. We still have max HP. I'm seriously. Oh, next turn we go 6 cards. No, we go 4 cards or what, man? What, 15 energy? Yeah, the freaking stupid energy, but what should I do? Feedfire before Mayhem shenanigan. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe we should play Bash and Fiendfire just because of this. Also, but Brutality first. Yeah. There is a world where we use the artifact if we don't think artifact is important. Artifact against Spire, Shield Spire, Spear is somehow completely garbage, right? Or nearly garbage. So the only fight where this really might matter is the hard fight. And now I'm thinking, okay, that's right. But do we really suffer so much under vulnerable and frail if our first iteration is a lot of blocks anyways? And if we have 10 dexterity anyways, and if we also use a power potion. I'm really curious whether the artifact is even worth. What? It's too good with the dexterity potion? No, we have artifact from the get-go. So... And we can also buy a potion in the next shop. We can just buy the best potion of the shop. Instead of remove one or what. Yeah. Basically. I don't know. Currently we have 8 strength. 8 strength should be pretty good. 1 card Mayhem is also good. With these potions the heart might be easier than this fight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right? I mean, cancelling out the garbage. I don't know. This is tough. I mean, this is 4 strength. And this is a lot of block, this is a lot of block. Yeah, whatever, it probably doesn't matter. Because this is all exhaust, so we have 12 block already. 12 block plus whatever. 10, 22, 30. Probably something like 30 block, I don't know. And she attacks for what? 50 max. Yeah, and then we can even use the Essence of Steel. The Essence of Steel should even be worse. Because Essence of Steel is a potion, it saves us 20, and Ancient Potion against the Heart saves us 40. So if we would use a potion, we would use the Essence of Steel. Okay, good talk. So, Bash, Brutality, but Brutality needs to come down, Fiendfire. We definitely don't want to get the Fiendfire from the thing. Yeah, 40 is the attack, sure. Oh, I also forgot Abacus. We get 6 block from the Abacus as well. Then it should really not be an issue. Bloodletting. Okay. So, Bandage up. Also Shockwave. Shockwave is clear. I'm not so sure. It's probably clear. Bandage up is clear. Defend is clear. True Grit can... Oh. Yeah, True Grit Bloodletting. Not Brutality. Currently we have 36 block. We could use a potion if we want to chill. Yeah, potion is chill. Okay, we might just buy a new potion, so this is just very chill. Let's do this. Yeah, I want to chill in this fight. Yeah. Yeah, I like this, man. Boom, boom, plated again. Hey, we get so much value from this plated. What did it say? Common strike, okay. So, yeah, this being also at 6 strengths, I don't know. And we have 8 strengths and it's exactly 8 strengths. These do give us block if we exhaust the slimes. But Panic Button is kind of Monka. No, we always have Feel No Pain. Panic Button is not a problem. Du meinst, es ist so der schwarze Peter, aber stimmt nicht. We currently have around 120 damage per turn, maybe more. Honestly, we just want to play 12 cards, right? And can we deal 240? 2 times 12? Can we or not? Cards. Yeah, we just play 12 cards. Yeah. We can just kill her afterwards. Nine. Yeah, or it's already enough damage too, I don't know. 258. This is 242. Yeah, 242 and Tragadon probably. Yeah. Yeah, like this. Ha, 15 block. What? What happened? Oh no, it's just the strength. What? 15. Ah, abacus. Ah, yeah. Very good. Huh. Funky. So I might have wasted a potion. Naja, gut. Oh. Skip. Armament is also possible because it's upgraded. Maybe Armament Plus is better. Put Armament Plus. Or Ghostly Armor even. Ghostly Armor is 13 block. Armament is not 13 block. Ghostly Armor is probably better. If you buy one, it's not a waste, yeah. And you like the Ghostly Armor, or... I mean, I don't even know. I mean, it does block. And we will have 10 dexterity, so block is good. Where is the body slam one? Hey, okay, whatever. Okay, man. I don't know. It's probably positive, right? I just wonder against Fire Shield, Fire Spire. But against Fire Shield, Fire Spare, this is also 13 block, so... What, not enough block against the heart in your opinion? We have infinite abacus, yeah, just saying. So... Maybe because we do have infinite abacus, we don't need to pick Ghostly Armor. If you have infinite abacus, we can probably use speed potion even against Fire Shield, Fire Spare. I don't know, whatever. This Ghostly Armor thing. It's okay for first iteration. And then once we are infinite, we are infinite. We are infinite, right? Not after the 3 damage per thing. But even there, we can convert attack into block. Yeah, so. No, not armaments, but I'm currently thinking Ghostly Armor or not. But the more I look at the deck, the more I think that Ghostly Armor is negative. I don't know, it's close. It's super duper close. We have permanent weakness. It's just that it doesn't draw. That's basically it. I'm really curious whether we should use the dexterity against Fire Shield, Fire Spare. But yeah. So, probably this is negative against Fire Shield, Fire Spare or what? I don't know. As a Flash of Steel replaces itself. Iron Wave is also not worse. I mean, it's better than Bloodletting, but so many cards. Also with double tap Ghostly, it's probably negative. Cannot be. I don't know. Yeah, crap. There's also a puzzle. I want a puzzle. What? You think taking up draw is very negative? Taking up draw. Taking away draw, yeah. Yeah. But we could take draw with the puzzle. Puzzle assures that we draw. Pretty good. Snack a potion or... Yeah. What Exhume and colorless? Why do you want the Exhume? Because of bandage? No. Why do you want the Exhume? Jack of Trades. Oh, we can exhume whatever we receive. So exhume and colorless, you say? Mm-hmm. Yeah, potions is double, right? Every potion we buy is like twice the value. This is probably still better than the Centennial puzzle. It's indeed true. Most like this is better than puzzle. No, we cannot consider madness. Extreme panic button? Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I'm just curious whether Exhume is better or Warcry is better, for example, right? Could also just be that Warcry is better as well. Also, Snecko Oil. Draw 10 cards, right? I mean, that's also something which is possible. It's card draw. Yeah. For example, with Fiendfire. You could Snecko Potion into Fiendfire, also not so bad. With 10 block Exhume, any block is good. I don't know. The 10 Dexterity, okay. Yeah, but again, we are infinite in the end, so... Given that we are infinite at the end, I don't even know about that. Yeah. I don't even know about that. Yeah, again, okay. The cards we want to have are the things we want to have are the following. Warcry, Exhume, Snecko Potion or Colorless Potion. So maybe we can think about which of these potions is better and then we can make our decision accordingly. Okay, so maybe colorless is better because we can use it against the Spire, Shield Spire, Spare turn 1. How would that look like? We use it turn 1 and then there are different outcomes. Cards in the deck 31. So if you receive something like the Super Beam, right? What is the Super Beam doing for us? Oh, by the way, Lantern Ice Cream also combo. What is the Super Beam doing for us? 62 damage. 62 damage against the Spire Spare, for example. How is that? Maybe it's okay. Maybe that's okay. What if we receive a double bomb? So all cool. What if we receive double Hand of Greed? Also fine. And then you say Exhume is better than Warcry, or what? Why? Because we might Exhume Bandage up, or what? I don't know. More versatile? Yeah, but Warcry is just better, no? Also Warcry is always good, okay? So the question is, can we, by the way, buy Warcry and the Snecko? No. Yes, we could, as we are. Value both fights, yeah, but the value is, also, I believe that against the Spear, the Spire Shield Spire might be difficult. I'm very willing to use a potion immediately. Not a problem at all. And maybe I'm even willing to use this as well. This is very good against the heart, this is very good against the heart, so we don't, yeah, let's just buy it. And yeah, Warcry is also better than Exhume. I also don't think it's close. Oh, now we have energy. Oh, energy. 4 energy for the entire fight. Yeah, nee, probably not. Yeah, because we start with 5, right? Ah, yeah, okay. Discovery, yeah. Or Impatience draws more. These we play anyways. This we play anyways. This we can play. Iron Wave we can play. Impatience is just better. Intimidate Shockwave means vulnerable. And then we can use Impatience. We could also use the colorless first. And then the other question is, do we want to do that or not, yeah? We can also use this for weakness, but maybe 5 vulnerable is better. Because we really want to farm this down. But yeah. But we had like 15 energy left last fight. Yeah, but that's because it's a time meter. Against the time meter, those things do happen. Okay, I believe that this colorless potion is also not even that great against the heart. I would just use it to just see what it is, honestly. If it's Panache, maybe we even want that and such. Shuffle 3 random attacks into our draw pile. Amazing. Amazing how crappy this is. So, the Panache is probably okay, right? I mean, currently we use our energy already. So, what I'm saying is the Panache is basically dealing some AoE damage. If you want it. I don't know, pretty sad. We could also skim with the Impatience, but Panache is... Also currently Panache is dealing 10 damage already. No. And probably it deals another 10. Yeah, what? You think we play 5 cards every turn? Yeah, the next turn we receive burns. I'm not so exactly sure whether be a good next turn. But yeah. Yeah, we don't get the debuff from this, so that's not bad. Next time we don't take attack from this, which is also not so bad. Panache is a ton of damage, sure. Do we need to use the power potion as well? I just wonder, because I could see it using the power potion in this fight, given that we do have against the heart, the first 2 attacks incoming are 30 and 45. So even both attacks combined cannot kill us. And we also have a guaranteed 10 dexterity against the heart. So I somehow wonder whether the power potion is even needed against the heart. And the answer is probably no. So... this, yeah. Should we use the power potion here? What's the alternate? 10 dexterity. Weird. I want the dexterity against the heart somewhat. I also want the artifact against the heart somewhat. And this can also be used if you're really in a pinch later, we can still use it, but this we cannot still use later. I think I won. We can also find a potion from here. I think the real question is, are we good against the heart if we do not, I mean, we even have Evolve. Corruption, we will need to pay attention that we never draw into Corruption without being able to play it, because it's of utmost importance to be able to play it. But we can get energy from this. I think I use the powers. Try without? No, I don't think so. I think we just use the power. Fertig. Yeah. I think it's just win more against the heart if you don't use the power. And the run, it's just like a safety net. What do you say? Easy Dark Embrace. Because we now exhaust some. And then we draw a lot of cards. And Demon Form is 4 strength at the next turn. Okay. I'm not sure whether it's so easy, but... Probably okay, yeah, Dark Embrace. Probably okay. Because once we see Corruption, we are good, right? And once we see Bloodletting, that's also fine. We start with Intimidate anyways, right? Vulnerable is still better than Weakness. Not so sure about that. Is Vulnerable more important than Weakness? We could also start with Shockwave, then Weakness, with the idea that once Corruption comes down, we have Finito anyways. So maybe that's just true. It's probably just true. This is just very good. Yeah, the Impatient, a little bit sad now. Yeah, Corruption, but also Bloodletting. So we could play double tap. That also means we duplicate this. We also duplicate this. I think double tap is fine. And otherwise we can currently not draw, right? Yeah, so let's do double tap. Should we still focus fire the Spare or should we focus fire this shield? We can try to kill the Spare. How likely is that? Not very, unfortunately, but... Usually go for the Spare. Yeah, Schon. I mean, that's a question currently halt, no? Druid was also an option to draw. Yeah, sure, but this is a better option because we also get double panache, but yeah. Was ist jetzt hier los? Currently, this next turn, this shield will attack for big hit. So, what is about the big hit? There is a likelihood that we kill the Spear. Is there a likelihood we kill the Spear? This is on 140, 130, 120. It's actually quite difficult to kill the Spear next turn. But then again, if we are facing the shield and our draw is garbage, we just die if he goes from the back. So yeah, probably this is still better. Check off all traits. Secret weapon attack. This is so stupid. Yeah, now we have body slam. We can secret weapon body slam if that's a thing. And it probably is a thing. Frugal Bash. Yeah, Frugal Bash. Frugal Defend. Nah, that's not very clear. But yeah, probably like this. This is 11, draw 1. This is 14. We could this 11 is 20. Then we deal 60. What Iron Wave Impatience. Yeah, but then we lose one body slam halt, no? Also currently body slam is 20 multiplied 2. And if we do this, we lose a little bit body slam damage. But maybe it's okay. Also... yeah, maybe that's okay. Because also one more draw, what? Into potential bloodletting or whatever. Into also potential panic button. So this is 14, dann halt 40, 60. Also we are currently looking 60 or what? And if I do this? Was ist denn das eigentlich? 3 more cards or what? What? If you play 3 more cards this turn deals 30 damage? How does this work? Wait, you play Panache and it just deals more damage or what? So the future Panaches are automatically proccing at the same time or what? Wow. I didn't know that. So, 20, also 40, 70 Schaden. Also currently 70 damage. $70. Huh. And how much damage is it with Iron Wave? The same, right? The same. But we draw 1 card deeper. It's also 70. And if you do not want to stand stupid in the end, we probably should focus the Spire. Which we can also never kill then though. Maybe sometimes we can kill it because it doesn't block, then we can sometimes kill, it's fine. There are also panic button for the kill, by the way. So if we get panic button, we would also kill and such. Okay. Okay. Yeah, full block is pretty cool. Artifact also utilized. Corruption and solve. Good. If you ask me, I think the Dark Embraces were very important. I mean, freaking look at this. I mean, just imagine we would have not done that. I'm just saying. I think not having done that would have been very, 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 very sad. Okay. Not having done the Dark Embrace, the Power Potion. In this, we were struggling like with double Dark Embrace and triple like Panache. We were struggling. Without a double Dark Embrace on the board, we might have just died. Or like we use all potions. Like, yeah, I don't know why, but yeah, maybe, you know. Okay, what Flame Barrier? Spot weakness. I mean, we have more than enough damage if we have infinite later. So we even can block into Body Slam, and we can even. Also, we already also have a lot of strength, right? This is 8 strengths or what? Last time I counted 8 strengths. So every one of these is dealing 16. Like we play 6 attacks, we already had 100, yeah. And if one of this is one of them or whatever. Barrier is okay. Yeah, it's also pretty thick. Yeah, I can take that. It's fine. Thinking ahead is probably good. Could also Panacea. Sky Panacea doesn't make sense, right? No. Speed potion. Look! Boom! Now we are talking. Oh, look, corruption in the starting hand. Oh, 19 block. Do we have any benefit from taking damage? Yeah, we gain block next turn. What about... We also have Ancient Potion. Yeah, we will use the Ancient Potion. Definitely. Yeah, Corruption, Inflame, Thinking Ahead on Shrug It Off, basically, yeah. We could also make a perfect fight, but we are also not complacent. Naja, we do not get any benefit from making a perfect fight here. Yeah, there's no additional super bonus if you make a perfect fight. So, we should not care. Who cares? Poor. Yeah, Feel No Pain is also amazing. Double tap bash, vulnerable forever if you want. Yeah, I could have played this first. Oh, damn. Whatever. Okay! Shackles of Evil. What? How much damage? None! Freaking no damage taken. What's this? We could exhaust this first fire, whatever. Oh, Jack of all trades. Did I have a chance to break the infinite? Maybe. I don't know. Evolve. Slime is positive or what? Bloodletting is definitely positive. Oh, transmutation. That could break the infinite. What's for save for more energy? No, this is crap. I should have probably played it for 0. This is positive. This is positive. Yeah, whatever, really, right? I mean, just this and take it from there. Yeah, so brutalities will get played. Brutality, bandage up for sure. Okay, right. Also 4, 6, 8, 10. Sentinel. So good. Yeah, intimidate, why not? Machen wir hier Shrug it off. Bloodletting, super good. Panic button. Okay. Warcry. Oh, yes, Fiendfire, sehr gut. Ja, dann True Grit on top und dann wird der ganze Mist exhausted hier. Look at this. Look at this beauty. Der ganze Mist! All the crap and garbage exhausted, Mann. So good. Ah, das ist so gut, Mann. Okay. So, ja, Flash of Steel halt, ne? Flash of Steel. Ja, Transmutation ist ja komplett garbage. I need to get rid of this. Ja, klar. Complete crap. Like this, ne? Ja, Transmutation for 20 und auf einmal haben wir voll den miesen, also nur Müll im Deck, ja. But good idea, good idea. So, was ist los? Ja, it doesn't matter, like, einfach Flash of Steel, fertig. Permanent vulnerable already, so Bash is garbage. Hier. Ja, fertig, bye bye. Okay. What is this? Doesn't matter, right? Okay. Okay, guys. Poor, don't hurt yourself. Poor. Okay, Mann. Okay, bye bye. Okay, bye bye. Ja, very good, okay. Das war aber schon ganz schön schlecht gespielt am Anfang von Akt 2. Da war ein small misstep da. Ja, like Act 2, small misstep. But for, yeah, one card play. I mean, one card being played. Nah, so a little bit brain fart. But other than that, clean. Okay, so small weakness in Act 2, but could of course, fortunately, play strength again and get out of the weakness in Act 2. Very nice. Very nice, guys. Very good. I like it. Yeah, it's like not easy to recover from weakness, but we can by playing Inflame. Okay. So, or we just play spot weakness and spot the weakness at our opponents. That also gets us out of that crap hole. 57-11. Cool. Cool. So we keep on the 5-1. Yeah, okay, it's pretty, yeah, it's completely absurd, natürlich, yeah. Yeah, 5-1, yeah, completely absurd. Okay. Yo. Ah, Jan ist da, ja, okay, super. Ja, ja, gut. Super Sache. Guys, I hope you enjoyed it. Did you enjoy the run? Was it good? I mean, we didn't even have that many relics this time. But solid, right? Solid run. Solid run there. Right, guys. So, thanks so much for watching and see you and bye. Bye bye. Bye bye soon. Okay. Na gut, na gut. Was? Lots of Infinite Lady. Ja, Infinite. Yeah, das war jetzt. Ja, Infinite. I mean, that was not really won by the Infinite though. But yeah. So. Yay! Guys, if I do not die with the corona. With the corona vaccination, if I don't die, I will be back tomorrow. Guys, thanks so much for watching, yeah? Have a very nice one, and see you, and bye-bye. Bye-bye.